Let's take the opportunity and have a silent prayer or meditation. May be seated. Delegates who are physically in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their card to register on the chamber system. Must ensure that their microphone on their gadgets are muted and remain muted at all times. You'll use the floor microphone. You'll have to wear mask at all times. Occupy seats marked for that purpose. At all times, maintain social distancing. A distance of at least 1.5 meters from each other. Delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak or address the chair. Any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise hand function. All delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to notices of motion. Any delegate who wishes to give a notice of motion should use a raise hand function. Honorable Miemang.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me on behalf of the African National Congress to move in the next sitting of this House a notice of motion that, one, this August House knows the increasing demands for higher education space in South Africa, congruent to the increase of the population of young people. Two, this has resulted in increasingly geographic voices for the demand of the building of higher institutions of learning. Three, acknowledging that whilst accepting the legitimacy of these demands by different communities, it is our belief, Honorable House Chair, that without a national master plan on higher education, this challenge cannot be adequately addressed. And lastly, therefore, calls on the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, in consultation with the higher education stakeholders, to convene a National Higher Education Summit to map out a long-term national master plan for higher education in South Africa. I so move, Honorable House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, we'll go to the virtual platform. Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the President of Plus, I will move that the House notes that
Unmute yourself, Honorable Dutoit.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Unmute your mic.
It's unmuted, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
Unmute, Honorable Dutoit. We can't hear you.
It is unmuted, Chair.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Freedom from Plus, I will move that this House notes that government is focusing on temporary employment initiatives to address the high unemployment and poverty levels in South Africa. The House further notes that taxpayers' money is used to fund these initiatives and that these initiatives must not simply be employment opportunities to dish out funds. And three, that the House debates local government's responsibility to ensure that taxpayers get value for the money spent and that initiatives like the EPWP projects yield actual results while developing skills, and those departmental heads and managers be held responsible to ensure tangible, productive outcomes. I so move.
Thank you. The next, it's Honorable Nchabeleng. Honorable Nchabeleng, on the virtual platform.
Thanks, Honorable Officer. Honorable Chairperson, I rise to move without notice that in the next sitting of this House, I shall move that the Council notes with utmost concern media reports about the allegations of poor governance and maladministration at the University of South Africa. Further notes that among these reports are serious allegations of poor standards of invigilation of the examinations, which questions the quality and credibility of qualification from this premier institution of our country, and therefore takes this opportunity to applaud the interventions of the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Nzimande, in addressing some of the challenges facing the university and call for further decisive interventions to address the leadership and governance challenges facing this historic university. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nchabele. The next on the virtual platform, it's Honorable Debrain. Honorable Debrain.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I wish to move that this House notes that almost all municipalities in the Free State are unable to manage their water resources, and also notes that this failure causes the loss of billions of liters of water daily, leading to some communities not having access to clean water at all. I also wish that this House notes and should be mindful that this violates the Bill of Rights and Section 27(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa that stipulates that every citizen has the right to water. The Freedom Front Plus therefore asks that this House urgently debates the right of citizens to have access to clean and affordable water. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Debrain. The next on the virtual platform, it's Honorable Ntube. Honorable Ntube. Okay. The next on the virtual platform, it's Honorable Arnold. Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Can I just get clarity here, because there's some members that are moving motions without notice. Is this motions without notice, Chairperson, House Chair?
No, it's not motion without notice.
But the previous speakers have raised motions without notice, Chairperson. But I have a motion without notice, so I'll wait for
okay,
that time.
Thank you. The next, it's Honorable Fiscal. We're still going to get to the motion without notice. No, that will be the second one. Yeah, without notice is the second one. Now it's notices of motion. Honorable Fesser, you have a motion without notice. Okay, it's without notice. Oh, it's without, okay. Honorable Broughton said, is without?
Chair, it was a motion without notice. I'll wait my turn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, honorable delegates, we shall proceed to motion without notice. Any delegate who wishes to move a motion without notice should use the raise hand function. If there's any objection to the motion, or if no objection, the motion is agreed to. Then, being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, as we all know. It's now without notice. We're taking the names Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai.
Chairperson, allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House knows with great sense of grief and loss about the passing away of the late Comrade Oben Computer Chwane in October 2021. That Oben Chwane dedicated his entire life from early childhood at the service of our people by joining Umkhonto Wesizwe, military wing of the African National Congress, and later served in the State Security Agency, where he recently retired before his untimely death. Further note that Oben Chwane followed the footsteps of the great giants like Chris Hani to preach and work for peace after the cessation of hostilities between the erstwhile Nationalist Party and the African National Congress until his death, and therefore calls upon his August House to express its heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and political party, the African National Congress, and in the Free State. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nana, it's in the House.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move in a motion without notice that this House notes with concern reports made by ESCOM CEO, Mr. Director, and later confirmed by an investigation that there is a clear evidence of sabotage in our energy supply. That this House condemns these atrocious acts with the strongest contempt they deserve. That this House call on the South African Police Service to move with speed in apprehending the perpetrators of these crimes, and call on all South Africans to be vigilant and report these and other crimes to the police. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Labuskaghni, it's in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, or House Chair, sorry. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council congratulate the newly elected Bito coalition government, namely the Mayor, Councillor Dave Swart from the Democratic Alliance, the Speaker, Councillor Claude Blanche from the Plettenberg Bay Development Congress, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Punki Boswakwe from the Active United Front, and the Council Whip, Councillor Bill Nell from the Democratic Alliance, that we recognize their commitment that the culture and values of accountability, transparency, and good, clean governance will be the foundation of all work to be formed to grow Bito for everyone. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Fesser.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes the outcry from the South African Human Rights Commission regarding the failing wastewater treatment plants and their subsequent pollution of water resources that should be declared a national disaster. Raw untreated sewer is pumped directly into streams, rivers, and dams countrywide. This is a blatant infringement of the Constitution and the NEMA Act with no consequences. Further notes that district municipalities are disregarding their mandates as water and sanitation authorities by their sheer lack of action, incompetence, incapacity, and inability being among the answers given if asked how South Africa reached the point of this devastated, deliberate destruction. Notes with concern that given the fact that in April this year, more than a half of the country's multi-million rand wastewater treatment works were on life support despite the South African Human Rights Commission's call. Notes that previous Department of Water and Sanitation ministers, Nombula Mokonyane, Gugile Nkwinti, Lindiwe Sisulu, all failed to deal with water and sanitation challenges, whereas in their ministerial positions as custodians of South Africa's water, their inaction facilitated the destruction of South Africa's critical water supply. Will Minister Senzo Mkhunu and his deputy join this list? And that this House implores Minister Senzo Mkhunu to take action with all authorities to comply within their constitutional mandates of all failing wastewater treatment works and the subsequent pollution of our water resources, addressing the causes that need to be addressed and save our water. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution as there is no objection. On the virtual platform, Honorable Lond. Honorable Lond.
Good day, Honorable House Chair.
Good day,
On behalf
Honorable
of-
Lond.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a motion without notice that this House congratulates the Mossel Bay municipality for being the first council in South Africa to be constituted and council is inaugurated after the local government elections. That this House notes the trend-setting work done by the municipality during the previous term, achieving numerous accolades, which included twice achieving the most financially stable municipality in South Africa, the top performing municipality in South Africa 2019, and the best municipality in South Africa 2020, according to Good Governance Africa. That this House firstly thank and also congratulate the following people. Mr. Colin Pirenne, the acting municipal manager, and his team, who forms the backbone of a functioning municipality that is setting an example for all to follow. Mr. Edward Jantjies and Ms. Priscilla Phillies, who despite numerous challenges ensured that a hotly contested election runs as smoothly as possible. Alderman Dirk Kotze for being elected as the very first mayor in South Africa after the election, achieving 66.24% together with his team. And then Alder Lady Venolia Fortuin for becoming the very first female speaker ever in Mossel Bay. Alderman Cliffy Baymont for his election as deputy mayor. And finally, to every single representative from all 6 parties represented in council, congratulations. That this House wish you well in ensuring that Mossel Bay stays a trend-setting municipality delivering to all its residents. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Gillion on the virtual platform. Honorable Gillion.
Honorable Chairperson, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with appreciation the recent 6 democratic local government elections in South Africa that were held on the 1st of November 2021, acknowledges the professionalism and the integrity with which the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa has managed these elections. The democratic voices of the electorate in choosing the parties and leaders of their own choices. The acceptance of these elections by all the political parties and the independent international observers as free and fair. Further notes with concern the persistent trend of lower voter participation in local government elections, and therefore calls on all political parties to put the interests of the communities above party political interest by accelerating service delivery and development, and congratulates the African National Congress for winning the decisive majority of the councils across the country and other parties that won other municipalities. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder, who's in the house.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, and as a proud representative to this council from Gauteng, I hereby move without notice that this council congratulate the new mayors, speakers, chief whips, MMCs, and councillors of all of the municipalities in Gauteng on their elections and their appointments. Notes that they be reminded of the fact that they've been placed in positions of authority not to wield power, not to act in their own interest or in the interest of their coalition partners, but in the interest of the people who placed them on their lofty seats. And I particularly wish to mention, House Chair, the teams from Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, Mogale City, and of course my home in Midvaal. These all now have DA-led governments. We congratulate you, councillors, and demand that you serve the residents well, governing with humility and in accordance with the highest principles. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Order, honorable members. Honorable Dubrain on the virtual platform. Honorable Dubrain.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I move that this House notes the unfolding water crisis in the Mangaung Metro, where the largest parts of the metro has been without water for more than 4 days due to non-payment by the Mangaung Metro municipality. It is important that this House also notes that the town of the Wetsdorp, which forms part of Mangaung, goes without water on a weekly basis for the past 4 years as a result of the lack of infrastructure from both the municipality as well as Bloem Water. It should be noted with concern that this is an extreme violation of the basic human right to have access to clean water by both Bloem Water and the Mangaung Metro. In this regard, it should also be considered that the Water Board is on many occasions acting carelessly and impulsively without considering the impact and well-being of paying citizens, and that the agreements between the department, water boards, and the municipality be re-evaluated to serve in the interest of our citizens. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. I hereby rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters that the Council notes that indigenous communities are least likely to have access to reliable and safe water supply and decent sanitation services, and are less able to secure appropriate redress for the violation of such basic rights. Further notes that in Welkom, at the informal settlement called Puke, there was a project worth 78 million awarded to Ketayo Holdings to install sewage pipes and build toilets for the residents of that community. The House must acknowledge that this project started in 2018 and the company left without completing the work. Further, the House must acknowledge that to date, there are no toilets in that informal settlement. Further, acknowledge that there continues to be wasteful expenditure, that taxpayers' money is wasted without accountability. The House should recognize that the failure to realize basic rights in communities such as Puke serves to perpetuate the cycle of poverty and inequality in this country. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Proudenseth on the virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with great satisfaction the inauguration of Councillors Christopher Pappas, Sandile Imnikati, and Janice Holmes as the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Speaker, respectively, of the Mgani municipality in KZN. Further notes that these inaugurations herald the first outright majority DA-run municipality in KZN. Also notes that today, the 24th of November 2021, marks the one-year anniversary of the acceptance of a motion without notice in this very House, highlighting the concern over the former municipal manager, Kribani, and her flagrant disregard of financial protocols, aided and abetted by the former ANC mayor. Notes that 1 year later, Kribani and the former mayor are now out of office. Also notes that despite the voters of Mgani rising up to reject the former corrupt regime, Kribani and her cohorts tried to hijack the first inaugural meeting, only to be rebuffed and sanctioned by the Pietermaritzburg High Court. Further notes that the hard work of MP Greg Crumbrock, put in over decades, has now borne fruit, with Mgani municipality now firmly in outright DA control. Notes that Mayor Pappas has committed to clean governance and the removal of illegal and corrupt practices and those that commit them. Further notes the commitment to ensure that Mgani is safe, clean, and transformed into a tourism and agricultural centre of excellence, with opportunities for all who wish to contribute in a positive manner to creating an environment for success. And finally, House Chair calls on all other parties in Mgani to work together with the new administration to realise this new and exciting vision. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion?
I object, Chairperson.
Okay. There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Smith, who's in the House.
I think Honorable Dangor missed etiquette class when he went for his ambassador
No, Honorable
training.
Lord. No, you can't do that. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. It's Smith, not Smith. I know it's been a while since we've been in the House, but
I'm taking out the edge.
Honorable House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes that the Tabazimbi local municipality in Limpopo elected its official office bearers yesterday on the 23rd of November 2021. Also notes that the DA Councillor Toki Swanepoel was elected as Mayor of Tabazimbi, while Councillor Butana Tlabadira of the Tabazimbi Forum for Service Delivery was elected as Speaker. Councillor Catherine Sekwane of the Tabazimbi Residents Association was elected as Chief Whip. Further notes that these councillors have a mammoth task to work together as a minority coalition to build on the work already done in the last term by a minority coalition which was in office, which was to fix a broken municipality which was bankrupt and without the basics like furniture, computers, and vehicles, and owned hundreds of millions to Eskom and Magalies Water Board, which was left behind by the previous ANC-led government. Lastly, notes that we congratulate these councillors on the election and wish them well in their responsibility to ensure a better life for the people of Tabazimbi, free of corruption and maladministration. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Nkosi, who's in the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that 1. Notes Major General Nomtethelelo Lillian Meme has been appointed as the Police Commissioner for the province of Eastern Cape as from 1 December 2021. 2. Further notes that Major General Meme is a seasoned police officer who served as a station commander in Port Alfred, Stellenbosch and Kaelisha before being appointed as acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for support services in the Western Cape. 3, also note that Major General Meme, who was born in Humansdorp in the Eastern Cape, is replacing another woman, Lieutenant General Njinga, who left the post in September to take over as Deputy National Commissioner. And lastly, Chair, we therefore congratulate Major General Meme and the SAPS on their program of empowering and advancing women. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Njandu, who's in the house.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Motion without notice. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that residents of Delft in Cape Town have been complaining of falling prey to the unscrupulous estate agents who are illegally selling RDP houses. It further notes that some residents are intimidated and afraid to confront people who are illegally occupying homes belong to them. And with emphasis, therefore, call on the Provincial Department of Human Settlement and the police to urgently investigate this complaint and act against those found to have transgressed the law. I so moved.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Sileko, who's in the house.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council, 1, note that as of yesterday, 25 of the 30 municipalities of the Western Cape have successfully constituted their councils. Notes that the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape has managed to secure 23 municipalities out of the 30, either outright majority or with coalition partners. Further notes that the recent local government election results demonstrates that the people of the Western Cape continue to have faith in the Democratic Alliance. Also notes the faith shown in the Democratic Alliance is indeed a fact and a vote of confidence when it comes to good governance. Further notes that additional municipalities will have an opportunity to experience the DA difference by putting Abantu Kukala. And lastly, to congratulate all councillors on their election for the next 5 years. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Malika, who's on the virtual platform. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I move on behalf of African National Congress that the Council knows.
Unmute yourself.
Oh, okay, thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council note with utmost concern the mushrooming of private, technical and vocational training institutions in this country. Further note the alarming reports about fraudulent registration and operations of some of these institutions outside the prescribed legal framework. And therefore take this opportunity to call on the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation to deal decisively with illegally registered institutions that continue extort our people of their hard-earned income, and that the department publish an annual report of register of or approved TVET colleges, and that this report should be made available online and in all public libraries, and encourage parents to ascertain the status of a college before they register their children. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ndongeni, virtual platform.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to write on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council knows with profound shock and concern persisting media reports about the escalating numbers of female students who are either sexually violated or murdered in university campuses. 2, some are murdered and violated in the private residence outside campuses, highlighting the crisis of safe accommodation for students in universities and colleges, and take this opportunity to call on the Department of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and the leadership of the higher education sector to review existence, security, and safety measures in the higher institution of learning. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Arnott, virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes on the 21st of November, fishing communities all over the world celebrated World Fisheries Day, which highlights the important role small-scale fishers play in ensuring local food and nutritious security, as well as developing the economy. Further notes that the state of small-scale fisheries in South Africa, from the delays and inadequate policy implementation to the growing incidence of ocean grabbing through extractive activities along the coastline, there is little cause for celebration. Acknowledge that the small-scale fishery policy was gazetted in 2012, but its implementation since then has been marked with challenges and characterized by a top-down, highly bureaucratic process that has led to the exclusion of many across the country. Further acknowledge that the Western Cape small-scale fishing communities are often marginalized communities situated in rural areas with limited jobs and income opportunities. Recognize that the application process for recognition as a small-scale fisher is full of challenges and corruption, as many were either not able to apply or were unsuccessful for a range of reasons. It is therefore imperative that the implementation of the small-scale fisheries policy in the Western Cape is a just, equitable, and inclusive process. Yes,
Honorable Arnott, your time has expired.
I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The last from the virtual platform is Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes that brutal farm murders and farm attacks are still a reality in South Africa. Notes that according to the Rome Institute, between the 1st of August 2021 and 31 October 2021, 53 farm attacks and 15 murders as a result of these attacks took place in South Africa. and notes that the brutality of these attacks is inhumane and that attackers must face the full force of the law, and resolves to urgently debate the matter. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, will now proceed to the first order. No, I gave you a chance. No, you were the second one after the chief whip. And after that one, I went to Honorable Labuskachen. Honorable Nana, please. I gave you a chance. No, you are out of order. It's even denying you that opportunity. Next time you'll be the first one. Sorry, my brother. Hot chocolate, you know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Honorable delegates, it's going to be a long day. Honorable delegates, we'll now proceed to the first order of the day. Consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the report dated 27 July 2021 for the removal from office of Ms. J.F. Van Schalkwyk, Chief Magistrate, Subcluster Head, Kempton Park, Johannesburg, in terms of Section 13, Subsection 4B of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, dated 10 November 2021. The chair of the committee, Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and greetings to honorable members in the House and honorable members on the platform. Honorable Chairperson, the Magistrates Commission report dated the 27th of July 2021 was tabled by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services in terms of Section 13, subsection 4B of the Magistrates Act number 90 of 1993. On their recommendation for the removal from office of Mrs. J.F. Van Schalkwyk, Chief Magistrate Subcluster Head, Kempton Park, Johannesburg. The Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the matter, reports as follows. Honorable Chairperson, the disciplinary proceedings against Mrs. Van Schalkwyk began on the 23rd of April 2013. And the report on matters related to Mrs. Van Schalkwyk has come before this Honorable House on various occasions over the years as follows. On the 22nd of October 2013, the House adopted the report on Mrs. Van Schalkwyk's provisional suspension from office. The House further adopted the report on Mrs. Van Schalkwyk's withholding of remuneration on the 13th of June 2018. Mrs. Van Schalkwyk faced 24 counts of misconduct, including abuse of power, attending to personal matters during work hours, gambling during work hours, borrowing money from subordinates, and handing down judgments she had not written. The formal inquiry began in October 2014. There were several postponements and changes to legal counsel, and in October 2015, Mrs. Van Schalkwyk applied to the High Court for a declaratory order about the validity of regulations for judicial officers in the lower courts. The High Court dismissed the application with costs on the 1st of August 2017. Mrs. Van Schalkwyk then petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal, which dismissed the application in March 2018, also with costs. Following the Supreme Court of Appeal's ruling, the inquiry was supposed to proceed in April 2018, but was postponed to July 2018. After several postponements, and despite numerous challenges encountered during the misconduct proceedings, all the evidence was eventually led, and both parties were given the opportunity to submit their respective heads of argument on the merits and orally amplify them before the presiding officer on the 17th and 18th of September 2020. Mrs. Van Schalkwyk elected not to testify at the inquiry. The presiding officer postponed the inquiry to the 1st and 2nd of October 2020 for judgment and the imposition of a sanction. The presiding officer on the 1st of October 2020 delivered his judgment and found Mrs. van Schalkwyk guilty of 13 of the 22 remaining counts of misconduct preferred against her. Honorable Chair, the presiding officer was of the view that taking the seriousness of the charges of which she is found guilty holistically and in its totality, Mrs. van Schalkwyk is not fit to hold the office of magistrate any longer, therefore recommending her removal from office. The undisputed fact that she borrowed monies from a local attorney who frequently appeared at the Kempton Park Magistrates Court to pay for her overseas trip on its own justifies her removal from office. The Magistrates Commission, having considered all the relevant documentation as is required in terms of Regulation 26 sub 19, including Mrs. van Schalkwyk's representations, the Commission resolved to recommend that Mrs. van Schalkwyk be removed from office on the ground of misconduct as contemplated in terms of Section 13, subsection 4AI of the Magistrates Act. The Magistrates Commission finds Mrs. van Schalkwyk's conduct as set out in the charge sheet of which she was found guilty so serious that it justifies her removal from office. Her conduct renders her unfit to hold the office of magistrate any longer. On the 27th of July 2021, the Minister informed Parliament that Mrs. van Schalkwyk instituted review proceedings. Her grounds for review are based on the decision of the second and third respondents, the second respondent being the Magistrates Commission and the third respondent, the presiding officer in the misconduct proceedings. In paragraph 58 to 60 of her affidavit, she states that the presiding officer failed to consider appropriate alternative sanctions such as demotion and suspension, and accordingly failed to apply his mind to the issue of sanction. If she is wrong in her interpretation and the sanction is indeed exhaustive of the type of sanction that may be imposed, then she submits that Regulation 26 sub 17A must be set aside in terms of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act 2000 and or is unconstitutional and must be set aside as it deprives her of a constitutional right to equality, human dignity, and the freedom to carry out a trade and or must be set aside on the basis of the legality principle. A total of 13 out of the 18 commissioners, that is 70%, had supported the sanction of dismissal. The Minister, in terms of Section 13 subclause 4I of the Magistrates Act 1993, confirmed the suspension of Mrs. van Schalkwyk and submitted the report in terms of Section 13 subsection 4B of the Magistrates Act 1993 for Parliament's consideration on the 27th of July 2021. Honourable Chair, the committee met on the 8th of September 2021 to receive a briefing on the matter. At this briefing, the chairperson drew members' attention to the letter from Mrs. van Schalkwyk's attorneys informing the committee of her review proceedings and a request for the committee to stay its decision pending the outcome of the review proceedings. The chairperson further noted that a parliamentary legal opinion was circulated to members that provided guidance on Parliament's role in relation to the matter before the committee. The committee, after considering the information presented, the request from Mrs. van Schalkwyk's attorneys, and the parliamentary legal opinion, indicated their support for the removal from office of Mrs. van Schalkwyk. The House should also note that the committee has received regular progress reports on the matter of Mrs. van Schalkwyk since 2019 on an annual basis, and has taken all of the various reports of progress on this matter into account in arriving at its decision to remove Mrs. van Schalkwyk from office. Mrs. van Schalkwyk has been on provisional suspension since 2013 and has not received any remuneration since 2018. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Magistrates Commission report dated 27th of July 2021, as tabled by the Minister for Justice and Correctional Services on the suspension from office of Mrs. J.F. van Schalkwyk, Chief Magistrate, Subcluster Head, Kempton Park, Johannesburg, in terms of Section 13, subsection 4B of the Magistrates Act 1993, recommends that the National Council of Provinces does not restore Mrs. J.F. van Schalkwyk to the office of magistrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shaik. Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and justice. Honorable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 7.1 if they so wish. The maximum is 3 minutes per declaration. Thank you. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegates must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I'll do that in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Chair, Eastern Cape, iyayixhasa i-report.
Thank you. Free State. Free State. Unmute Honorable Nzube. Honorable Nzube. Unmute Honorable Nzube. Honorable Nzube, Free State. We'll come back to Free State. We'll go to Gauteng. Gauteng.
In favor, Chairperson.
Thank you, Gauteng. KwaZulu Natal. KwaZulu Natal.
IKwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlalo i-report.
Thank you. Limpopo. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports.
In favor, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Limpopo support in favor.
Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga.
I support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest. 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 Okay, we go to Western Cape. Western Cape.
The Western Cape supports the report.
Western Cape support. Free State. Unmute yourself, Honorable Nzube. Honorable Nzube. Honorable Nzube, it will be better to just indicate on the chart if you are struggling with the sound, because I've been trying to say unmute because I can see your face, you are connected, you are on the virtual platform. Honorable Nzube? Unmute yourself, Honorable Nzube, or indicate on the chat. Okay, thank you. Voting is now closed. Eight provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Fesser,
Honorable Chair, I'm the only non-fighting person from Northwest here, so I want to say Northwest will approve as well. Thank you.
okay, thank you. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with section 65 of the Constitution. Order members, honorable delegates, we'll now proceed to the second order of the day, consideration of the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill B12B 2021 and report Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. I call on the Honorable Shaik to present the report to the Chairperson of Justice and Security. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And once again, greetings, honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill B12B 2021 was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 10th of September 2021. The committee, having deliberated on and considered the subject matter of the bill, has agreed to the bill without proposed amendments and reports as follows. Honorable Chair, the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill aims to amend Section 154 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1997 in order to give effect to a judgment of the Constitutional Court in Center for Child Law and Others versus Media 24 Limited and others. The Constitutional Court confirmed the decision of the Supreme Court of Appeal and declared Section 154, subsection 3 of the Criminal Procedure Act constitutionally invalid for failing to protect the identity of child victims of crime in criminal proceedings and for failing to provide ongoing protection of anonymity to child accused, child witnesses, and child victims. The declaration of constitutional invalidity was suspended for 24 months to afford Parliament an opportunity to remedy the defect that gave rise to the constitutional invalidity. This period comes to an end on the 4th of December 2021. Honorable Chair, Section 154, subsection 3 of the CPA, the Criminal Procedure Act, affords anonymity protection for child accused or child witnesses in criminal proceedings. This protection prevents the publication of any information that discloses the identity of child accused and child witnesses. This protection may only be withheld on the authority of a court if it finds doing so equitable and just. However, Honorable Chair, child victims are not covered in this protection. The provision does not extend the protection into adulthood for child accused, child witnesses, and child victims. In the Center for Child Law judgment, the court found Section 154, subsection 3 to be unconstitutional for arbitrarily differentiating between classes of children and thus giving rise to a breach of the right to equality. The court stated that by excluding child victims from its protection, this section limits the right to equality, privacy, and dignity, and the principle of the best interest of the child. Clause 1A of the bill amends Section 154, subsection 3 of the CPA in order to prohibit the publication of any information which reveals or may reveal the identity of an accused or a witness or of a person against whom an offense has allegedly been committed, who is or was under the age of 18 years at the time of the alleged commission of the offense, unless the publication of such information is authorized by a court under subsection 3B. Clause 1 further inserts a new subsection 3A into Section 154, subsection 3 of the CPA to provide exceptions to the prohibition on the publication of the details of a child witness, child victim, or child accused under the age of 18. The new subsection 3A allows for the publication for a police official or any other person authorized by the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service or a delegated person in the event where substantial injustice would result and no other means are available, and if there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the accused committed A, an offense listed in Schedule 3 of the Child Justice Act, or B, a serious offense for which a 10-year prison sentence would have been imposed if it had been committed by an adult. Subsection 3A thus authorizes the publication of the identity and age in certain circumstances to locate the whereabouts of child accused victims or witnesses in the interest of justice, and where the South African Police Service has been unsuccessful in locating their whereabouts. Subsection 3B provides for the judicial officer or the presiding judge to authorize the publication of any information relating to the proceedings as he or she may deem fit, if such publication would, in his or her opinion, be just, equitable, and in the interest of any particular person. The Constitutional Court also held that an accused, witness, or person against whom an offense has allegedly been committed, who is under the age of 18 years at the time of the commission of the offense, does not forfeit the protection of anonymity afforded by Section 154 upon the attainment of the age of 18 years. The amendments to Section 154 provides that the protection in subsection 3 is ongoing unless the court authorizes the publication of the information of a child. A person may consent on the publication of their identity after reaching the age of 18 years, or if consent is refused, their identity may be published at the discretion of a competent court. Consent is not the sole criteria for the publication of such information. Proposed subsection 3B requires the court to be satisfied that the accused, witness, or a person against whom an offense has been committed understands the nature and effect of the order authorizing publication of their identity. Honorable Chair, proposed new Section 3B also provides factors which must be considered by the court in determining whether the identity of such an accused, a witness, or a person against whom an offense has allegedly been committed, who is or was under the age of 18 at the time of the commission of the offense, may be revealed. These factors include the nature of the charges, the age of the person involved, the interests of the public, the hardship a person may suffer as a result of the publication, amongst others. The Portfolio Committee on Justice had made certain refinements to the bill prior to the bill being referred to the Select Committee, which includes extending the prohibition on publication also to social media or electronic platforms, and a child accused, a witness, or a victim may publish their own identity without the need for a court order, unless a court order has been made authorizing the protection of their identity into childhood. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice invited stakeholders and interested parties to make written submissions and publish the adverts on Parliament's electronic platform from the 14th of October and in national and provincial newspapers from the 28th of October 2021. The deadline for written submissions was set for the 12th of November 2021. The committee received 55 written submissions from the following organizations and individuals: the South African National Editors Forum, Media Monitoring Africa, and 53 individual submissions were made via the Dear South Africa website. The 53 individual submissions largely indicated their support or not fully in support of the bill. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee received a briefing on the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill on the 10th of November 2021, and on the 17th of November, the Select Committee received a further briefing from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the Department's response to the written submissions. During the course of the deliberations on the bill, the Department had agreed that it is well aware that there is a need to use non-binary language, and it is something that will receive attention in the future insofar as new and amending legislation is concerned. The committee therefore urges the Department to apply this to all upcoming legislation as a measure to ensure inclusivity in all legislation that is referred to the committee. After deliberating on the Department's responses to the written submission, the committee adopted the bill as well as the committee report on the matter. Honorable Chair, this report on this bill is tabled a mere day before the 16 days of activism campaign against gender-based violence begins, which usually runs from the 25th of November to the 10th of December each year. In the last parliamentary term, the Select Committee processed and passed the 3 GB bills, which were also brought before this House, and the current bill further enhances protection for child victims of crime in criminal proceedings and provides ongoing protection of anonymity to child accused, witnesses, and victims. The committee is pleased that legislation aimed at enhancing the protection of those who are amongst the most vulnerable in our society is being passed, and we will continue to monitor the implementation of these important pieces of legislation as part of our oversight function. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill B12, 2021, referred to it on the 10th of September 2021 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council passes the bill without proposed amendments. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. I will now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63 if they so wish. Maximum is 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Freedom Front Plus.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. IFP. Seems to be none. Thank you. EFF. Seems to be none.
Well, you are below 50% and you are still behaving like that. Chairperson, the EFF support the bill and recommend that the Council pass this bill in favor of protection of child victims of crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokause. Hopefully, next time you get the opportunity, we'll withdraw what you have said. DA?
Thank you, Chair. No declaration.
Thank you. We can continue. No declaration, okay. ANC? No declaration. Thank you. We'll now allow some 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the chamber and virtual platform to quickly join so that we can be able to proceed. Thank you, honorable members. We now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hand raised. Those voting in favor on the virtual platform and in the house, you keep your hand raised so that the staff can assist with counting. In favor. If you are voting in favor, you keep your hand raised. If you are able to do the voting virtually, there is no need to physically raise your hand. If it's possible to do that virtually, then we are going to be able to count you. But if you can't, then keep your hands up. Okay. Even on the virtual platform, keep your hand raised so that we can be able to do the counting. Even on the virtual one, okay, in the house, you can lower your hands now. The virtual one, keep your hands raised so that we can complete the process of doing the proper counting. Okay, the count is completed. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised. If you vote against, you can do likewise, raise your hands even on the virtual platform. The count is completed. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. Those that are abstaining in the house and on the virtual platform. The count is completed. The table will lower all hands. Voting is now closed. The table will submit the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 41. Against, 0. Abstention, 0. The bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the third order of the day, consideration of the second special appropriation bill, B-17-2021, National Assembly Section 77, and the report of the Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. I now call upon Honorable Mahlangu, Chairperson of the Select Committee, to present the report. The Chair of the Select Committee on Appropriation.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable members, permanent and special delegates present in the platform, Sitjhaba Sekhethu seSouth Africa, Lotshani. It is an honor and privilege to table before this August House a report on the second special appropriation bill 2021, B-17-2021, on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations in the National Council of Provinces. The committee anonymously adopted the bill without amendment, with the Democratic Alliance Freedom Front Plus reserved their rights and EFF abstained. Honorable House Chair, Section 213, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that an act of parliament may withdraw money from the National Revenue Fund only in terms of the appropriation. The Appropriation Act sets out to appropriate money from the NRF for the requirements of the state and to prescribe conditions for the spending of funds withdrawn in executing this mandate. The Select Committee on Appropriation was established in terms of Section 4, subsection 3 of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act number 9 of 2009 to consider and report to the House around these matters. The second special appropriation bill was tabled by the Minister of Finance on the 23rd of August 2021, and it was referred to the Committee for Concurrence on the 23rd of September 2021. Honorable Chairperson, while processing this bill, the committee observed the following issues and made further recommendations. The Minister of Finance should ensure that the South African South African Special Risk Insurance Association, that is SASRIA, SAC Limited, expedites the process of verifying and validating additional claims, as well as sharing its revenue model with government, a good model. The Minister of Social Development, together with the SAPO, should ensure that systems and internal controls are in place for effective administration of the social relief of distress grant, and it benefits the most deserved beneficiaries. The Minister of DSD should ensure that in addition to criminal cases against officials of government and the SAPO who may have unduly benefited from the social relief fund, from the social relief of distress grant, further pursue internal disciplinary against the same perpetrators. So talking about consequence management. Given the rising levels of unemployment and the impact of COVID-19, Honorable Chairperson, the committee implored government to expedite its efforts to establish a long-term and sustainable strategic intervention to provide poverty relief to the most vulnerable citizens, even beyond the COVID-19 pandemic period. The Minister of Finance should put clear conditions in place for the additional allocation to the South African National Defence Force as well as SAPS. This should address issues such as poor supply chain management, top-heavy organograms, clear restructuring process, and under expenditure. The National Treasury, together with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition and Small Business Development, to reconsider and address rigid bureaucratic processes for SMMEs. They are really struggling to access government relief fund and develop adequate communication mechanism to ensure that all businesses in townships and rural areas affected by the July unrest benefit from the government relief support. The Minister of Small Business Development, together with the Minister of Trade Industry and Competition, should ensure that systems and proper reporting mechanisms are put in place for the expenditure of the additional allocation, and that small business owners are assisted with the application processes for the relief funds earmarked for small businesses where necessary. Honorable Chairperson, there is a need to strengthen the working relationship and partnerships between communities, private security companies, and the South African Police Service through a discussion of policy issues to ensure coordination and cooperation in order to arrest the scourge of damage to property and criminality during public protest. Chairperson and honorable members, Parliament should continue to monitor the implementation and expenditure of additional allocation through regular in-year monitoring by sectored committees and Section 32 reports of the Public Finance Management Act of number one of 1999. Honorable Chair, there is a consensus in the scientific community, in the whole world, that the quickest way to return to normal social and economic activities will be through mass vaccination and the achievement of population immunity. The ANC government believes in science. Hence, we call on all South Africans who are still unvaccinated to go to vaccination sites and get their jabs. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, there is a debate with some scientific predicting that people will be able to return to their normal lives in a year. But there is fear that COVID-19 variants will continue to circulate. Some pharmaceutical companies are even painting a scenario of annual revaccination, just like with flu. The road we have to travel, honorable members, may be hard and long, but we always draw inspiration from those who came before us and made supreme sacrifices that we may enjoy the democratic form of governance and freedom. As the father of our democratic South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela said, I quote, "After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb," close quote. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I wish to thank all committee members and committee stakeholders who made submissions, as well as the committee support staff. Without these role players, honorable members, honorable House Chair, the process would not have been a success. The committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendment. In closing, Chairperson, asithokoze izakhamuzi zonke zeSouth Africa ngokuthi bakhambe baphume ngobuningi babo bavote nge-1 zakaNovember. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Siyathokoza. Siyathokoza. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63 if they so wish. Maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC government polishing your image with the tears of a country. Minister Dlamini Zuma confirmed in a written response to a question posed by the Freedom Front Plus that herd immunity will not result in the state of disaster to be lifted. A sudden overachievement in collection of taxes and the world's your oyster. Governments provide much needed assistance after contributing to the disaster. Late 2019, financial recession in South Africa, again. Low financial growth, high unemployment, poor service delivery, and a thriving corrupt state. A dependent electorate has nowhere else to turn. Government must provide. Can things get worse? And then 2020 struck, Chair. The black swan soared in on a turbulent vortex, an incapable government that stoked the fire of hatred and divide by so-called citations, so-called non-racial, non-sexist South Africa that doesn't discriminate against anyone, except if you're not classified and previously disadvantaged, even if you're part of the born frees. Government instituted draconian regulations that restricted everything, Chair. Movement, education, tourism, travel, the economy, healthcare, religious events, and even scholar feeding schemes. Why, Chair? to transform, to polish their image, to be the provider of what's not theirs to give, to create an even more dependent electorate. The fiscal cliff drew nearer. Prescripts by the World Bank after loans was acquired resulted in selective consequence management. But dying countries' much needed COVID relief funds were yet again devoured by the green, black, and yellow dragon, leaving nothing but yet another inquest. Decaying SOEs, bleeding jobs, bleeding investment opportunities. Another bailout is needed. The minister said it will not happen again. Billions of rands of opportunities are devoured by the gluttonous beast called cadre deployment and selfish, incapable state. The social relief grant brings short-term relief, Chair, but long-term effects eats into job creation and infrastructure development, and this is unsustainable. Asof die resessie en die inperkingsregulasies en gedwonge verarming van die burger nie genoeg was nie, het die regering toegelaat dat ongekende onrus die land daarlang geskit het. In Julie 2021 het onrus in Gauteng en Natal die naskoeke daarvan ruk steeds deur die Suid-Afrikaanse ekonomie en beleggersvertroue word verder geskend. Voorsitter, wat doen die regering? Fondse wat beskikbaar gestel is om hulp te verleen, 'n olyftakkie word weer uitgesteek en die bitter balsem word in die wonde gesmeer. Die belastingbetalersgeld word deur die regering gebruik om as lafenis vir die dors te dien, wyl die regering verwoesting en verwarring in hierdie woestyn wat vergaan, wat hy geskep het, gebruik om sy eie beeld te probeer poets. In closing, Chair, Suid-Afrika kan eintlik nie hierdie bestedings bekostig nie, maar bestuur tans die situasie. Die regering moet die huidige ramptoestand ophef dat ekonomiese groei spontaan kan plaasvind en volhoubare werksgeleenthede geskep word om afhanklikheid van die staat te verhinder. Die regering poets sy eie beeld met Suid-Afrikaners se belastinggeld. Die ridder is eintlik 'n Trojaanse perd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. 3 minutes per declaration of vote. IFP? No. EFF?
The Special Appropriation Bill before the National Council of Provinces seek to appropriate an additional 32.8 billion for social grants to all affected by COVID-19 and additional funding for SASRIA to pay businesses affected by the unrest we witnessed in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng due to deployment of soldiers in our streets. We are being requested to appropriate money used for the deployment of soldiers when we had warned that you could not start with soldiers and police to address unhappiness in society. What was evident from the July unrest was that the government has no control or power over protest, and it is possibility that we shall in the future once again witness a protest of this magnitude. On SASRIA, every year they present their annual reports and have always been firm that they have enough cash in their books to cover risk. However, they were exposed to the recent unrest as they were caught unprepared. It is therefore necessary that we relook at SASRIA model and how best to prepare for any eventuality, particularly given our high levels of poverty, unemployment, and crime. We live with the permanent threat of social unrest, and it cannot be that every time there is unrest, there must be a special appropriation of billions when there is a state insurance company that must prepare for such eventualities. On the COVID-19 social grant, we ought to extend relief beyond March 2022. Our people, especially unemployed youth, are in a more depressing situation, worse than they were in before COVID. The long lines that we continue to see at Home Affairs, where people queue even in the early mornings, where it is still dark, must come to an end. This is not the time to reduce the size and the capacity of the post office. The EFF supports the additional allocation for COVID-19 social grant. And our call is that the grant be extended beyond March 2022. Lastly, Chairperson, the EFF does not support the bill. The ruling party needs to address the various challenges which affect ESCOM as well as other state-owned enterprises instead of pouring billions out into bailouts. For what is evident is that there is existence of a lack of leadership within the power utility, which stands as one of its major challenges. Ke a leboha modulasetulo.
Thank you. Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On the face of it, this looks like an excellent bill. The revenue collection of the country received a windfall from unexpected increases in commodity prices, and as a result of that, we had a little bit of cash to play with. That was applied in giving money to SASRIA. A very necessary amount was appropriated or is being appropriated to SASRIA, and the reality is that it's needed to make up for the July 2021 insurrection that happened in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. The money is also being used to be applied to the social grants that have come about, the extension, as a result of the extension of the 350 grant that SASSA has given to people affected by the ongoing problems associated with the outbreak of COVID-19. So these are good things that are happening. But the reality is that this money would be far better applied if we didn't need to apply it to these two matters, which are both as a result of serious problems with the ruling party. Let us not forget that July insurrection was a direct result of ANC internal politics. Let us not forget that the need for the additional grants that is being paid out by SASSA is because we have an extension after extension after extension of the state of disaster that we currently find ourselves in, and a continuous extension of job-killing lockdowns. And it looks like we've got another one looming in the next couple of months. House Chair, we sit in a position where we're appropriating money to fix problems that are being brought about by bad policy and bad government, bad arrangements within the governing party. This money could be far better spent if we applied it in reduction of our overwhelming debt that we have, and it would reduce the cost of servicing that debt if we could only apply it to that. House Chair, it's a good report. The recommendations are largely accepted, but the reality is at the end of the day, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this bill, as this bill, the appropriation, could have been applied so much better in other ways. I thank you.
Thank you. We will now, ANC, sorry.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. The African National Congress accept the second special appropriations bill. Honorable Chairperson, the response of our government to the economic devastation brought about by the coronavirus pandemic has been on an epic scale. The 500 billion package preserve lives and livelihoods has enabled our country to mitigate the impact of the virus. The events of July 2021 in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng have set the country's recovery a few steps back. The destruction to public and private infrastructure has left scars that will take many years to heal. These scars are economic, psychological, and sociological. The communities in these two provinces are still suffering trauma from the pain inflicted by the events. Honorable Chairperson, social relief support. The second special appropriations bill aims to address the impact of the recent unrest and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, many of our compatriots are suffering from structural unemployment and extraordinary levels of poverty. Black women in particular and the youth are the most vulnerable groups who have had to bear the worst impact of the economic downturn, loss of jobs and income. The appropriation of 26.7 billion for the Department of Social Development, which is 81.3% of the overall 32.85 billion, shows the commitment of government to allocation to protect the most vulnerable citizens of our country. This 350 rand until the end of March 2022.
As you conclude.
Chairperson, the ANC, African National Congress, accept this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order members will now allow the 15-second to delegates who are outside the chamber and the virtual platform to join the platform and the House. Strictly 15 seconds. Thank you, honorable delegates. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised, even on the virtual platform and in the chamber. Those voting in favor, you raise your hands. As I indicated earlier, you can't do both. Honorable members, if you have logged and you are not going to be voting on the platform, you can raise your hand. But if you are voting on the platform, then there's no need to raise your hand. Okay. Are you? The virtual platform, keep your hands raised. No, in the house we're fine. We're now dealing with the virtual. The count is completed. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who vote against should please raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised, even on the virtual platform, until we advise otherwise. In the House, Smith, you are voting for yourself. In the House, you can lower your hands. We're dealing with the virtual platform now. virtual platform? The count is completed. The table will lower all hands to prepare for the next vote. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands in the house and in the virtual platform. Those who abstain. The count is completed. The table will lower all hands. Voting is now closed. The table will submit the results. The results are as follows. In favor, 24. Against, 17. Abstention, 0. The bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution.
Mandla.
Order. Thank you, honorable delegates. We'll now proceed to the fourth order of the day, consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Finance, tabling and committee reports, November 2021, revised fiscal framework and revenue proposal. I call on the Honorable Njandu, member of the Select Committee on Finance, our Honorable Programming Week, to present the committee report. Honorable Njandu.
Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon. The report of the Select Committee on Finance on the 21st of 2021 revised and proposed fiscal framework. Honorable Chairperson, having considered the 2021 medium-term budget policy statement of the Minister of Finance on the 2001 revised fiscal framework and the 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 proposed fiscal framework, the Select Committee on Finance reports as follows. The Minister of Finance, Mr. Ino Godongwana, tabled the 2021 revised fiscal framework and the proposed 2021 medium-term framework on the 11th of November 2021. The Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. David Masondo, visually briefed the committee's finance appropriations of both houses 16 November, accompanied by the National Treasury team on the same day. The committees receive an analysis and submissions. The committee received a number of submissions and different stakeholders, which are Amanda Mobi, Kusatu, Auta, Hela, Mr. Peter Meekan, Saika, SAB, and also engaged with FFC and PBO. The Deputy Minister emphasized the need to balance socioeconomic challenges with fiscal sustainability, highlighting that debt as a percentage of gross domestic product, GDP, will reach 3.4 trillion this year, and that debt service costs will reach on average 334.5 billion per year and 1 trillion over the medium term. He said that the high level of debt were crowding out private sector investment and service delivery, and the 1 trillion debt repayments over the medium term could be allocated to other important expenditure items such as health and education. The Deputy Minister cautioned that the high levels of debt were neither sustainable nor in the interest of economic growth. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of engaging National Treasury, the National Treasury team gave more details on the view by the deputy and the DG. It explained that the COVID-19 pandemic continued to take a toll on global growth. It said that in developing economics, scaring defined as medium-term economic performance below pre-pandemic projections is expected to be pervasive. It said that positive global growth outlook is predicted. Reporting on the progress on structural reforms, National Treasury said that the procurement of additional electricity generation capacity through the fifth bid window of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program is expected to add 6,800 megawatts of renewable energy to be grid over the medium term. It said that the raising the licensing threshold from 1 to 100 megawatts has made it possible for private power generations to sell directly to outcomers, and this will reduce pressure on the nation's grid. Chairperson further that it said that infrastructure projects will be financed through the infrastructure fund using the public-private partnership and other funding arrangements to improve planning and speed up delivery. National Treasury assured that bearing major news shocks over unbudgeted spending commitments, staying the course will lead to primary fiscal surplus in 2024-25, bringing an end to fiscal consolidation at the end of the MTEF period. On the medium-term expenditure outlook, National Treasury stated that government would maintain some support to the economy over the MTEF period, including through a small increase in non-interest spending with the 2021 budget projections. Honorable Chairperson noted and National Treasury noted and appreciated the submissions from the stakeholders. It's explained that the 2021 MTBS strikes a difficult balance between providing immediate support for the economy and shoring up the country's public finance. It said the government has long directed the majority of public spending to address the deeply entrenched poverty and unemployment. In further and reiterated that the social wage combined public spending, health, education, housing, social protection, employment programs, and local entities remains high by global standards. Lastly, Chairperson, not least, that National Treasury said that the 2021 budget, South Africa has benefited from a surge of global demand for commodities. It said that higher commodities prioritize have a temporary increased economic growth and tax revenue. This will come likely temporary, and the committee chairperson observations in this report is that the committee acknowledged that the 2021 MTBS was tabled under continuous difficult socio-economic conditions of poverty, inequality, and unemployment magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Structural reforms, the committee notes the progress reported in MTBS on the implementation of the structural reforms, particularly in the energy, transport, tourism, infrastructure, and telecommunications as overseen by the operational Vulindlela. Lastly, Chairperson, the committee notes that there were a number of issues raised by the stakeholders during its public hearings, some of which belong to the Appropriations Committee. These include issues on municipalities and social grants. The committee will refer these issues to the Appropriations Committee. The committee thanks all those who participated in its processes. Having considered the 2021 revised fiscal framework and 2022, 23, 24, 25 proposed fiscal framework, the Select Committee on Finance adopts the 2021 revised fiscal framework and the 2022, 23, 24, and 25 proposed fiscal framework as presented. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable delegates, I now put the question The question is that the report be adopted. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 71, if they so wish, maximum strictly 3 minutes per declaration. Provinces, okay, Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Chair, as the committee went through the process that culminated in the compilation of this report, it became obvious how good the present government is at compiling plans and proposals, and how shockingly bad it is at implementation. The bandwidth auction, the unbundling of ESCOM, the piloting of zero-based budgets, the plans to bring municipal and provincial finances under control, or at least to within the law. As we discussed these issues, we were repeatedly referring back to previous reports and recommendations that had just not been implemented. What a pity that our fine thoughts and ideas, so carefully discussed and crafted over expensive meetings with top-earning officials at our disposal, are left to dry on paper, only to be pulled out next year again to ensure cross-referencing by officials. I must acknowledge that the individuals and organizations who time and again contribute substantially to these thoughts and ideas. To all contributors, and especially Outa, Saika, and yes, even Kusatu, we appreciate the time invested and thoughtful inputs. The committee agreed on many aspects of the fiscal framework. The reality is that there is little wiggle room for Treasury and the Finance Minister. We also disagreed on several matters. Often these boil down to policy approaches. Interestingly, the members of the committee did not disagree with one another as vehemently as the PBO disagreed with Treasury. What everyone did agree on is that debt servicing is the fastest growing spending item. The debt incurred through state capture has caught up to us. We could not agree on how best to deal with this. Nonetheless, there lies before us a good document which mostly summarizes the discussions. The report underemphasizes discussions about restructuring government spending, about consequences management for non-implementation, for failure to achieve goals and outcomes, for blatant theft. The MTBPS proposes no further bailouts for dying SOEs. It promises an overdue zero budgeting pilot. It shows some belt tightening, but not serious dent in the public wage bill. It was most unfortunate that our new Minister of Finance was absent throughout the entire process, as in fact yet to introduce himself to the committee. As with all such documents and plans, they are more easily written than implemented. The recommendations contained in this report are mostly sound, but due to policy-aligned recommendations, we reject the report. I thank you.
Thank you. We shall now proceed. There's KZN, Honorable Karim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, Ms. Nabuskakni wasn't obviously at the meetings. Presumably she got some notes from somebody who was, and clearly they gave a very skewed note. So my rebuttal is directed not so much as her as those who presented the notes to her. Firstly, it's far from the case that there was a huge blow-up, so to speak, not that she used those words, between PBO and National Treasury. I think the DA representative or representatives in the committee don't understand the role of PBO. They seem to think the PBO must be servile to National Treasury. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's in the Money Bills Act. They are meant to provide independent opinions, and that's exactly what they're doing. The committee, as we've repeatedly told the DA and others, is not obliged to actually accept the views of the PBO. But the PBO must do its work. That's what the law requires. And all they said was something pretty par for the course, so to speak. They suggested that the approach of Treasury is not consistent with many discussions that are taking place in the very world bodies to which Treasury shows a lot of compliance with. For example, IMF and World Bank, the world over, other multilateral agencies, very conservative liberal commentators and so on are saying that you have to have, given the crisis we have here and globally, a more state-oriented role. That the notions of fiscal consolidation and the notions and the approach they have to reducing budget deficits as against being pro-poor and ensuring social delivery are more complicated than they present. There isn't a monopoly of wisdom. There isn't a single answer. That's all they were saying. It's up to the members to decide what they feel. In respect of what Ms. Labafakni says, rightly, I think, that we often make policy decisions at government level, at parliament level, and we don't implement them. She's right. We agree. But what she's not acknowledging is there has been some signal improvement in the last year, notwithstanding the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions and the other constraints which we face, not least the social unrest that broke out in July, partly because of our own failures as a ANC-led government and as parliament, all parties, but the ANC, we failed. And that unrest that occurred, she rightly points to, I think is likely to happen again unless we deal with those issues. But yes, there has been not enough progress. But no, it's not as if there's been no progress. For example, there are already movements towards the e-visa system, which will come into effect in 2022. I gather from the media and elsewhere that the Minister of Telecommunications and Digital Technologies has negotiated an out-of-court settlement to get the auction of spectrum, long overdue, we agree, next year. The Transport Regulatory Authority has been transformed. In fact, what they should welcome, more than perhaps one of us would do in the ANC, but we accept the need for this, is actually now Transnet is talking about allowing private sector participation on the rail system directly, but the state obviously must retain control, which is what the majority in the committee would support. There are other things underway. Yes, there are difficulties between two ministries, but in short, there is movement towards independent power producing. There is also movement towards the private sector producing up to 100 megawatts of electricity on their own. These are improvements that are taking place. And in fact, before you cut me short, thank you very much. It's a pity I merely started, but so be it.
Thank you.
I was provoked.
Thank you, Honorable Karim. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegates must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I'll do that in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyichase report hlalo ngaphambili.
Thank you. Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Free State vote in favor.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng votes in favor, Chairperson.
Thank you. KwaZulu Natal.
iKwaZulu Natal iyayeseka sihlalo umbiko.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Northwest. Not in. Western Cape.
We do not support.
Voting is now closed. 7 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, as I'm also inviting my colleague Mengwenya to come over before we can proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, and special delegates, SALGA representative present in the virtual platform, and honorable members in the House. As Mengwenya is coming in, we shall proceed to the subject for the debate as printed on the order paper. Debate on positioning state-owned enterprises as the main catalyst for growth and development in South Africa. I'll now call upon Honorable M.O. Mokause to open the debate. From the Economic Freedom Fighters, Northern Cape.
You are below 50%, and you still continue heckling us in the House. Next time this legislature is going to be ran by the EFF, you will be seated this side of the House. You undermine us at your own peril. Undermine us at your own peril.
Yes, yes. You can start, Honorable Mkause.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. This debate happens at an extremely important time where the elephant has been eaten bit by bit, where the elephant is below 50% in the country called South Africa, where nobody thought that is going to be possible. The EFF made it possible. Chairperson, in all countries of the developed world, there is not even a single country that has developed without reliance on solid and well-run institutions of the state. We all know that for economies to grow, for jobs to be created, and for countries to be stable, there needs to be relentless effort to foster industrialization, promote manufacturing, and for the country to develop on what it produces as far as that it's practically possible. This requires, Chairperson, a capable state underpinned by strategically positioned state-owned companies with the sole mandate of driving development, upskilling the nation, and providing the resources needed for the development of the country. These companies' shares must foster economic growth and serve the economic needs of the majority of our population. State-owned enterprises and key sectors of the economy, such as land, banks, and mines, are therefore well positioned in South Africa as the main catalyst for the development growth and economic development. The reality in this country, Chair, is however different. And this is as a result of deliberate ploy by the modern agents of state capture who go around masquerading as saviors. Almost all South Africa's key state-owned companies are in a parallel state characterized by growing debts, dysfunctional management, and failure to deliver on mandates. And this has been going on for over a decade now. All this is indicative of a deep problem of political incompetence of the part of the ruling party, who are not the least concerned about running this country. Chair Daniel, the country's armed manufacturing company is struggling to pay its workers and made almost 2 billion rand losses for the 2019 and 2020 financial year. This happened despite Daniel having been capitalized by almost 1.8 billion rand in 2019. The entity had been receiving audit disclaimer for the past 3 fiscal years, with material concerns on issues of procurements and contracts, irregular expenditure, and fruitless, wasteful expenditure. The company's total assets for the 2019-2020 financial year were standing at
over 8 billion rand, while the total liabilities amounted to over 10 billion rand. South African Airways was allowed forced to fail by the same Minister of Public Enterprise, Mr. Jamnandas, when the CEO of SAA, Mr. Vuyani Jahana, represented credible plans for saving the airline. He was stopped in a track by Mr. Godin, whose intentions were to auction the South African airline off to private sector investors who have captured him. Chairperson, the South African Broadcasting Corporation is no different. It is an entity deeply immersed in the muddy pool of incompetence, maladministration, and corruption, which has not had clean audit opinion in years. Transnet is one of the state-owned entities which provides the current political leadership in the country is woefully out of its depth. The entity recently reported to have made losses of over 2 billion rand. As recent as 2018, Transnet was a profit-making company until Mr. Jamnandas fired its black executive, accusing them of state capture. Now we know he did that in order to run this institution down. Eskom, which has been a political football for a while of the ruling party, is a true example of what happens to a country that is not grounded in any ideological commitment. The entity has been deliberately ran down over the past 15 years, and it's now swimming in a pool of debt. The situation is made worse by the commitment of the current regime to unsustainable development power purchase agreement, which further drains Eskom and dragging it down to its knees. The company performance was worsened under the management of the white messiah appointed by Pravin Gordhan, after he embarked on a concerted effort to rid Eskom from African managers. The company continues to make serious financial losses, and it's still unable to guarantee secure supply of electricity to this country, therefore curtailing any economic growth prospects. This poor performance, Chairperson, by almost all state-owned enterprises should not surprise South Africans. All these companies provide critical service to the nation, and the private sector has been salvating over these markets for a while. Without the state as a dependable provider of this service, the private sector will occupy the space and provide these services at a cost to the population. The intention, therefore, is to weaken the state in a dramatic fashion and kill off any aspirations for a state-led developmental program in South Africa. The weakening of these entities is part of a massive program of a state capture, enabled by the current government of ill-informed and corrupt bourgeoisie tendencies represented by Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and Jamnandas Godin. There is no way that a completely managed DENEL cannot function in an optimum manner. In an age where research and innovations are driving arms technology development around the world, there's no reason why Kusile and Mudupi power stations have been the monumental failures that they are today, apart from the fact that this has benefited private sector and painted the state as incompetent.
Sorry to disturb you. Honorable Bibi.
Objection, Chairperson. The Speaker mustn't refer to say Jamnandas. Everybody is obliged to be honorable member. So next time, when she refers to honorable member, not Jamnandas, not go down, it's not allowed, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. I hope, member, we have heard what.
Chairperson, there is nothing honorable by a minister who cannot provide guidance to state-owned entities which are supposed to be providing, one of them supposed to be providing electricity in this country, while in constant load shedding. Therefore, there's nothing about Mr. Godan. Rather say, I should say Mr. Godan. There's nothing honorable about Jamnandas. Chairperson, central to this whole project is Mr. Pravin Godan and some ministers in Ramaphosa's government. They are not incompetent. They are not clueless, Chairperson. They know exactly what they are doing. The ultimate aim is to strip this country of all ability to develop without going cap in hand to beg at the doors of white capital. The losers in all this will be South African citizens who will have to stay to depend on when the project is all over. The only true recourse remaining at the hands of the population will be a vote. The ANC cannot be reformed. This government cannot be resuscitated. It must be destroyed, Chairperson of the House, together with the agenda they are representing. Chairperson, as things stand, there is no recovery. You have lost the metro and metros, all the metros in South Africa. This is the beginning. Next, you will be losing legislatures. Next time, we will be sitting there chairing the session. Chairperson, we must ask of ourselves serious questions as legislators. What is the true state of our nation? What factors is in play here? Who are the true capturers of the state chair? Why is it okay for us to allow ESCOM as an entity that viewed as the best in the world in just less than 20 years of the ANC governance to be ran down like this by an unrepentant group of corrupt, ideologically inept and permanently corrupt individuals? Why is it okay for ESCOM to be allowed to lose money investing in capacitating their own competitors in a form of building the capacity, in a form of building producers? And what relations do they have with President Ramaphosa and the Minister of Public Enterprise? What relations do these power producers have with the President and Minister Godan? Why is it okay for CEO of an entity like ESCOM to publicly declare that he is leading a dead horse? Without fear, publicly say, I'm leading a dead horse. And then there are no consequences for such utterances. If we allow an entity like ESCOM to fail in a country as best with inequalities and poverty like South Africa, what do we envisage the future of energy production to be in this country? If the state is erased out of energy production, generation and distribution, what will be the fate of millions of South Africans who cannot afford to buy energy from independent producers? As things stand today, the cost of electricity in this country is extremely high, and the poor remains in the dark. If South Africa's capacity to produce technology advanced arms, then with what ability will we be able to defend the nation in future? There is no single reason that justifies the failure of Deneb, except the incompetence of the ANC government. And this is deliberate. That is the whole aim of this group of corrupt individuals now leading this country. These are gangsters leading South Africa, running South Africa corrupt and down. They want to collapse the role of the state in each and every strategic sector of the economy in order for their finances to be able to be recharged.
Can we listen to the point of order?
Honorable Chair, I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 46. The language that is used, the rules sanctions offensive language. I think it is important that the Chair guides Honorable Mabatu Mukause in terms of how she must come across, because the rules do not make provision for offensive language in the chamber. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mukause.
Chairperson.
No.
I'm continuing with my speech.
Why is it king? I can't go and can you move?
I don't think it is correct for the honorable member there to stand up and say Commissioner Mabato is using the offensive language. And then he is not telling us anything. What did she say that is offensive? If he can't stand the truth that is being said, then it means he should just go out and then we'll sit and listen. There is nothing wrong yet that has been said here. And I'm even wondering why are you entertaining that? So please, Chair, can you allow Commissioner Mabato to continue? Please.
Honorable Muima, I've checked the rule. Can you tell us? I've checked on the rule. Yes, what you are saying is fine. The rule 46 on offense and abandon coming language.
The Honorable Chair, I think the Chair is at his behest to rule on the matter, allow the Speaker to continue. I'm just sensitizing the Speaker that in terms of how she come across, I think the language is important because the rules are quite clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Mukause, I think to make our work easy for all of us, Hari Kompane as abahlonishwa.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
You can't speak. I didn't. I've never recognized you. I've never recognized you. No, I'm done what I'm done. The speaker. You are not the speaker. Can you sit down? Can you sit down? You are the one that you are going to go out. Honorable Member, can you please sit down? I'm continuing with the speaker. I'm taking a ruling that the speaker that is on the podium must continue. Dizakukhupha.
It's my right. Can you recognize me?
It's my right as a chair to take a ruling.
What
I'm
ruling?
taking a ruling.
Rule on what?
That sit down and the member must continue to speak.
What are you ruling on?
I'm ruling that the speaker must continue. And you must listen. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. Ngizokukhipha ngempela. Hlala phansi.
Chairperson, it's a member's right to write for a point of order.
take a ruling, honorable member. You can speak to Tabula Mazo Wednesday. Take a ruling that the member must continue to speak. The ruling is that the member must continue to speak. Ngicela uhlale phansi. Ngicela anginaso isikhathi sokwenza lento oyenzayo. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. We gave you the ruling. Honorable Kausa, can you please continue?
Chairperson, in as much as I wanted to continue before, but I was hoping that the chief whip would give direction to the House because we can't be leaderless like this. If a member rises on a point of order, he should be afforded an opportunity and be granted space to raise the point of order. But nonetheless, I will continue.
Continue.
Chairperson, the reality is that the gangsters have lost the metros in South Africa. If this happens, the ANC would leave a legacy far worse than apartheid. It will leave Black people with absolutely nothing and would have handed over to white people amongst all key of state enterprises. We must resist this treasonous attempt by all means. It's our vote. No one will tell us what to do with our vote. We must resist the capture of ESCOM, of Transnet, of Denel, of SAA, and every other important institution of the state. They did not vote for the EFF. All these people seated here, so you cannot be telling the EFF what to do with their vote. What is crucial, Chair of South Africa, is a well-managed, state-owned enterprises that deliver on their developmental mandate in order to achieve inclusive economic development, lift growth levels, and expand infrastructure in South Africa. Under this political leadership of Pravin Gordhan, state-owned enterprises' financial and management crisis deepened without a practical and implementable plan to rescue them. In the hands of an inefficient, incapable government, this can often undermine the work of the SOEs, eating away at its competitiveness and efficiency, and opening itself up to corruption, mismanagement, and technical incompetence of staff. South Africa must rise and say no to this deliberate destruction of the state by apartheid agents who now run government in collaboration with apartheid business people. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Yes.
Chairperson, thanks for taking my point of order. I thought I needed to rise, Chair, because I'm fearing a situation where you are setting a wrong precedent. Every member of this House has a right to rise on a point of order, whether you like the member or not. I'm rising because today it's Honorable Aplen. Tomorrow it's going to be myself subjected to this suppression. And who knows, day after tomorrow, it will be Dennis Ryder. So, Chair, I am pleading with you. Be patient with members of this House, because he has every right to rise on a point of order. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. I do agree with the comment that is made that all members must enjoy the right, privilege to call point of order in the House. What we need to caution, though, against in the House is honorable members to enter into a dialogue with the presiding officer. In an event that the presiding officer may have given an incorrect call, there's a table staff, there's an appeal measure that is taken by honorable members. Parliament cannot deteriorate into abusive language. Members are used with their full names, for instance, in the House as honorable members. And provocation is discouraged. That will deteriorate the decorum of the House. And there's nothing wrong that you have said. You said that members must tone down their language. An honorable speaker on the platform should proceed. So that's what the chair said earlier. So I think we should avoid the temptation of making our own rulings when you call for point of order. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chief Whip. Thanks, honorable members. Then can we continue with our speakers? The next speaker is Honorable PJ Gordon, Minister of Public Enterprise. Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the NCOP. And thank you for this opportunity to participate in a debate which hopefully will give us greater insight into positioning SOEs as an important catalyst for growth and development in South Africa. Of course, let me say at the outset that abuse is not the same as debate, and that regrettably, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, adage that all of us are extremely familiar with. And also regrettably, we've had little insights from the proposer of the motion, Honorable Mokautse, about what is an SOE, where does it fit into the modern state, what kind of role have governments played in the recent past in the face of pandemics and other crises that are facing humanity, including climate change itself, and how do we do things differently in South Africa to avoid what is real state capture by, if I may use the term in inverted commas, the real gangsters who parade our streets in one or other kind of uniform. So let me make 10 points, Chairperson. The first is that this government's policies in relation to SOEs and growth and development is premised firstly on the Freedom Charter, secondly, the Constitution of this country, and thirdly, on the policies of the governing party. In the preamble of the Constitution, we make reference to establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We also say that the foundations for a democratic and open society must be laid by this Constitution. But thirdly and importantly, the Constitution behoves us to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. Similarly, in the founding provisions of the Constitution, the democratic state, it says, is founded on the following values: human dignity, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution, and the rule of law. And above all, universal adult suffrage, which is necessary in order to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. The Bill of Rights, amongst the many rights that it contains, says under the clause on equality, everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. Similarly, in clause 10, under human dignity, everyone has the inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected, which is what economic growth and development should result in. Under clause 22, freedom of trade, occupation, and profession, every citizen has the right to choose their trade, occupation, or profession freely. The practice of a trade, occupation, or profession may be regulated by law. Similarly, in a very elaborate section, 23, labor relations and the rights of workers and employers is spelled out. But importantly, it states that everyone has the right to fair labor practices. And in the current context where climate change has come to the fore, and COP26 has just finished in Glasgow in the United Kingdom, The Bill of Rights indicates that everyone has the right, A, to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and B, to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures. So those are the foundations upon which any policy in South Africa should be based. The second proposition is that the purpose of growth, and I'm going to come back to defining growth differently as we normally do, and development is to rid ourselves of the lack of integrity pandemic that is sweeping through this country, where very few can actually point fingers at others. We have the poverty pandemic, we have the unemployment pandemic, we have a patronage pandemic, and above all, we have the corruption pandemic, particularly by those who make the loudest noises about these sorts of issues. This is counterposed against the focus on inclusive growth, not just ordinary growth, which is very important and timely as this debate is. Similarly, in a country racked by unemployment, inequality, and a legacy of marginalization, a meaningful and concrete discussion on what development means in our context is equally important, and one trusts that future speakers will contribute to this. But growth and development are both a science and an art. They are products of, but also influence, the political economy of a country. And again, an important issue in our current context for us to address. Most importantly, inclusive growth in particular and development is about people. The SOEs is about people. The state is about people. Our institutions in parliament is about people. And about people meaning that they, at the end of the day, the 60 million people of South Africa must be the beneficiaries of the policies that we have, of the debates that we engage in, and above all, the programs that we try to implement. It is certainly not about exploiting the condition of the poor for cheap populism or about misleading slogans to hide unfettered theft of funds and resources meant for the benefit of working people, which is, of course, the norm in many countries in the world and among some in the South African context as well. My third point is the policy framework within which the governing party works at present, which I said at the outset is the Freedom Charter and the Constitution, but importantly, its commitment to a mixed economy, an economy in which the state, SOEs, the private sector, the social sector, and above all, the people have an important role to play. The role of the state has become an increasingly important one, particularly as we went through the financial crisis in 2008-9, but more so now as we go through the COVID pandemic and over the next 20 to 30 years as we take humanity out of the danger zone as far as climate change is actually concerned. So the role of the state, Chairperson, has changed pre and post the Thatcher and Reagan era of neoliberalism. It is a demand today that the state be nimble and efficient and committed, as I said earlier on, to making sure that the people are beneficiaries. The state must not be captured by insiders or cronies or rent seekers who want to fill in their bank accounts and pockets rather than ensure that our people enjoy a better standard of living. Similarly, our policy on the economy is one which involves all the sectors I've mentioned earlier on, including the informal sector, which is very small in South Africa, and small and micro businesses, which are minuscule in South Africa compared to our other developing countries. But the key is not just to have the policy. The key is to make sure that these policies are actually implemented. And our President Ramaphosa, said in response to the challenges posed by the pandemic, and I quote, "We are determined not merely to return our economy to where it was before the coronavirus, but to forge a new economy in a new global reality." And I hope that the other speakers will bring forward what are these new global realities? How do they impact upon South Africa and the African continent? What does it mean that vaccines were not available to the developing countries and are still not available to the majority of the population on the African continent and in other developing countries as well. What does it mean when only half a dozen countries can produce these vaccines and the rest of us don't have the capability to actually do so until more recently? What does it mean when we say that there are supply chain shocks that are impacting both the developed countries and the developing countries? What does it mean when there are the kind of rises or increases in the fuel prices, and what it means for ordinary citizens at this point in time? And above all, what does it mean when the climate change is beginning to impact on different countries in different kinds of ways as well? So, in response to some of these challenges, government has developed the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which is my fourth point. And this recovery plan is about saving lives and livelihoods. It's about making sure that the negative economic impact of the pandemic is mitigated in some way, that the reconstruction post the July insurrection is undertaken in a diligent kind of way, that recovery of certain sectors of our economy, agriculture, manufacturing, and other export economies or sectors of the economy recover, particularly in relation to the services economy and tourism, retail, wholesale, and similar sectors of the economy as well. We have put in place, through the Presidency and the National Treasury, the Vulindlela project, which is about project management, which is about ensuring that programs such as the Youth Employment Program, led by the Presidency, is actually given effect to and implemented properly. So far, for example, over 330,000 young people have been employed in the various schools in our country as administrative assistants. And that's on a massive scale in a very short period of time. And similar efforts will be made in respect of other sectors as well. But above all, the impact on our businesses, small and large, and very small as well in many of our townships as well, needs to be mitigated on the one hand. And on the other hand, institutions like Sastria need to give them the assistance that they actually require post the negative impact of the July uprising, as some prefer to actually call it. So what we have, Chairperson, is that the South African economy is in a very challenged state at the moment, where there are low levels of investment and growth, where there are a series of downgrades by ratings agencies, although the more recent report decided not to go in that direction by two of the agencies, where the cost of borrowing is an important impediment and a burden on the fiscus, as I'm sure the Treasury has pointed out to you, where there are revenue leakages, where many are not paying their tax, and I'm sure that applies to some very interesting people in our society who have lavish lifestyles which can't be justified on the basis of their income, and on which they should actually pay their fair share of tax. And so all of this results in a constrained fiscal space, and that means that there are constraints on both the social programs and the kind of investments that government can actually make as well. So the ERRP, as we call it, is to ensure that the idea of building a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive economy is one that we take forward in an assiduous and diligent way. But let me return to the concept which is in the title of the motion, which is or the subject of debate, which is economic growth and development. The world has moved on from the notion of growth and has moved to a new concept of inclusive growth. And what I will describe is just some of the characteristics of what inclusive growth is. Firstly, it's an investment in human capital. It's about developing our people's skills, our people's innovation abilities, and the enterprising quality that we're going to require as a society, apart from the debates we're having post the local government elections, in order, regardless of which political party you belong to, you're able to actually make a meaningful contribution to economic growth, particularly inclusive economic growth in our society. Job creation is an important part of inclusivity. Structural transformation and broad-based growth is equally important. A progressive tax policy, which we have, but perhaps which could become more progressive as well, is another quality. Social protection, South Africa has done a lot in this particular regard, and I'm sure honorable members will come up with more ideas in this particular regard. Non-discrimination, social inclusion, and participation are equally important criteria of inclusivity, and strong institutions which support inclusivity become an important component as well. So inclusive growth, Chairperson, is then a distinct concept from standard economic growth, which the proposer of the debate made no reference to whatsoever. Drawing on the literature, a working definition that is developed by some agencies for inclusive growth, and I quote, is one in which we have a broader objectives than increasing income and GDP, and require governments to proactively work to achieve those objectives rather than assuming that positive outcomes will automatically come through growth. Secondly, translate those gains into human development and increased well-being, something that we don't give enough attention to. Benefit all groups in society, including the most marginalized, and reduce poverty and inequality above all. Two further considerations is firstly to consider participation, not just distribution outcomes, and therefore focus on increasing active participation in the economy by as many people as possible and a say in how the economy is run. And secondly, promote the sustainable use of natural resources and climate protection, which I referred to earlier on. But equally important as inclusive growth is the concept of structural transformation, which is something that South Africa needs and has been working towards, but not adequately at this point in time, to ensure that there is broad-based growth. And I quote from a particular text that I read, for most developing countries, the route to inclusive growth lies in shifting to more productive economic activities called structural transformation. This reduces an over-reliance on a few sectors, which in turn increases stability and can generate more and better jobs. Without economic transformation, the poor will remain locked into low-return activities, and any progress will be volatile. First, it places the focus on tangible outcomes rather than on achieving preferred policies, with the presupposition that these will lead to poverty reduction. In other words, let's not just engage in slogans. Let's engage in substantive debates and programs that changes the nature of the economy in South Africa. We need to remind policymakers that pursuing reforms is not an end in its own right, as many economists think. For example, the Growth Commission, which you'll find if you Google, calls for a pragmatic and proactive approach by governments. It advocates for an experimental approach to implementation of economic policies in developing countries, since the impacts of preferred policies are unknown and models do not predict outcomes reliably in this context. But secondly, it places an emphasis on identifying direct impacts on poor men and women and the parts of the economy that are important to them, either for employment or for supply of goods and services, such as agriculture or the informal sector. It is not sufficient to increase growth. It is necessary to be mindful of costs and benefits to the poorest. And the earlier approaches to liberalizing economies have been criticized for ignoring the equity aspects of policies. So where do SOEs fit into this equation? And what role do they actually have to play? South Africa, if one had to reflect on our past and the present, and indeed think about the future.
As you conclude, Honorable Minister.
I beg your pardon? I have 2 minutes.
Conclude, yes, we are left to 1 minute.
Thank you very much. The ideal SOE is strategic service, is one that supplies strategic services, that provides innovation capability, that is a risk taker, that is an entrepreneur, that is not just a market failure interventionist, but also a market shaper as well. So it is in this regard that the ANC has clear policies in its document ready to govern, which guides us in terms of which SOEs we keep, which SOEs we need to reconstruct, which SOEs we need to close, and which SOEs we actually need to create as well. And that effort is being undertaken through the Presidential SOE Council. But let me conclude by saying the following, Chairperson, which is 2 points. Firstly, the journey of SOEs as contributors to inclusive growth and development was disrupted by state capture, the real state capturers, not the president, not anybody else, not myself, but perhaps others that are not too far from you, Chairperson. Secondly, let me also say that there are many things about SOEs that we could do differently. Certainly, ESCOM, if we had time, I can give you the details. The honorable member is completely wrong about the facts around ESCOM, who brought about state corruption, state capture and corruption, what damage they left ESCOM with, and what it is that we have to deal with in getting ESCOM onto the right footing. And lastly, let me say and remind ourselves about our constitutional foundation, about our commitment to people and inclusive growth and development, that SOEs can play their role, provided they have a capable and bold leadership on the one hand, but secondly, they're geared to fit in with the markets in which they actually operate. But we also require a capable
Your time
and
is over,
enterprising
Honorable
state.
Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me end by saying that above all of this must benefit the people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Members. The next speaker is Honorable T.P. Matibe, African National Congress.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members. Maybe just to start, the ANC has won 166 municipalities outright without coalitions. I heard the honorable member saying there, when I look at the statistics and the results, the party of the honorable member has got no single municipality that they have won outright or in alliance. The other people have been told we don't want their votes, but they went there begging, handing over the votes. But that is a debate for another day, Chairperson. Thank you very much. The Chairperson of the House, mine is an attempt to flog the theme of the debate at hand, but choosing rather to confine myself to the politics around the role of SOE as well as the strengths and weaknesses in the context of economic recovery. This debate is the first attempt to critically examine the role of SOE in spurring economic growth development under the current COVID-19 conditions and the subsequent lockdown restriction thereof. Although, of course, this is an important debate, House Chairperson, the theme is rather simplistic, and to put it differently, it does not survive a more careful scrutiny very well. While firmly suggesting the SOEs are essential for economic growth and development, as they make substantial contribution to the economy and job creation, it almost exclusively assumes that the causality runs from the SOE to economic growth and development, ignoring the imperative possibility of economic and political constraint, but almost exclusively looking at how SOE and economic growth and development interact with each other without a full understanding of economic and political constraints under which the interaction occurs. The theme gives us only a partial picture. In simple words, the relationship between SOE and economic growth, House Chairperson, and development is far more complex than what the theme suggests. Having said this, it is important to break from the heroic yet untenable conventional wisdom that SOE can be the main catalyst of economic growth and development. However, this does not imply that extensive coordinated economic and political intervention to enable SOEs to play a strategic role in spurring economic growth and development are well beyond administrative faculties of the ANC-led government. To come to grips with this, House Chairperson, we need to broaden our horizon and think about the concept of developmental state, especially the crucial roles that the SOE plays in the economic success of such state. Thinking about a developmental state does not only allow us to draw more detailed lessons regarding the key roles that the SOE plays in positioning South Africa as one of developmental states in Africa, but gives us the right policy advice to determine whether or not SOE live up to the expectation. Of course, a developmental state is a highly contested concept. Given all this, the concept of developmental state has led to what the late Thandika Mkandawire refers to as thick description, thin explanation syndrome, where there is privilege of prescription and evaluation over explanation. To avoid being simplistic, House Chairperson, about this, the dominant view of most opposition parties, through not all, is that the ANC-led government has become a milestone around efficient market. The opposition parties basically argue that the liberalized market that promotes maximum economic freedom and protects private property rights will unlock investment, thus promote economic growth and development. The silence regarding the role of the state has always been central to this, in this argument. Going further, the comprehension of development state by other parties has usually been limited to nationalization, which includes total state ownership of strategic sectors of the economy. However, there is a view that is not fitting within the scheme of things. One example is the ANC-led government's ideological and theoretical understanding of the developmental state, House Chairperson. The ANC-led government defines the developmental state as one whose self-objective goals are developmental, one that utilizes its administrative capacity and resources to achieve socio-economic development for all South Africans. Evidently, the ANC-led government attempts to build developmental state with neither liberalized nor total state ownership characters. Rather, ANC-led government seeks to build a developmental state in a mixed economy where there is public-private sector partnership. There is widely held perception that mixed economy that the ANC adopted compels government to conform faithfully to the dictates of conglomerate capital. In other words, mixed economy as a form of organizing economy inordinately benefits domestic conglomerates and international financial corporations to the exclusion of a set progressive social objectives. This popularized perception, House Chairperson, is misleading because it presumes the ANC-led government cannot do anything economically and socially desirable without facing major opposition from conglomerates with international links. The reality suggests otherwise. Government has the organizational strength to execute its socio-economic objectives. SOE compensate a large part of government's organizational strength. For the sake of clarity, Transnet's performance with respect to transporting heavy mining commodities remain impressive. In the recent medium-term budget speech, the Minister of Finance mentioned that the mining sector contributes 120 million towards government's fiscals through mining taxes. The good performance of the mining sector was partially driven by Transnet's dedicated routes for the movement of heavy commodities. It is as a result of the efficiency of Transnet's dedicated routes that South Africa is ranked with the top 10 in global markets for competitive exports of iron ore and coal, respectively. Of course, success of Transnet with respect to moving heavy commodities perpetuates extractive economy, which the NDP deems unsustainable. As a recourse to this, the Department of Public Enterprise House Chairperson strategic plan indicates that over the 5-year period ending 2024-2025, Transnet plans to invest 141 billion in capital expenditure, particularly in rail, port, pipeline infrastructure across its division to sustain and expand capacity. This will enable House Chairperson Transnet to diversify its logistic services and accelerate connectivity to rural markets. ESCOM provides a lot of evidence to support extractive remark. In 2019 roadmap for ESCOM, in a reformed electricity supply industry, reports that ESCOM will ensure that there is sufficient capacity and expertise to oversee the proposed execution of functional and legal separation of the entity. The roadmap focuses on unbundling of ESCOM into 3 entities: generation, transmission, and distribution, starting with the independent transmission company. The transmission company is in its final stage. Deputy Chair, ESCOM is a critical entity that should be allowed to thrive. Currently, ESCOM generates 95% of the electricity used in South Africa, 45% used in Africa. More importantly, access to electricity in South Africa has increased from 76.7% in 2002 to more than 85% in 2021 through the Department of Mineral and Energy Integrated National Electricity Program. Critics may argue that later assertion feeds a blind faith that things will get better for ESCOM to serve as an engine of economic growth and development. ANC-led government would like to counter those critics. Reason is simple. The assessment of economic growth and development should not be limited to the rise and decline of gross domestic product. To be more specific, the assessment of economic growth and development cannot be divorced from the lives that people can lead and real freedoms that people can enjoy. Therefore, the importance of ESCOM in our economy, even if it is measured in a narrow view growth of decline of GDP, should recognize the basic liberties and democratic rights are also constituent components of economic growth and development. Consider the example, ESCOM is responsible for the lion's share of SOE distribution of 220 billion to the economy. Moreover, ESCOM has more than 47,000 employees, indirectly creates 188,000 more jobs to service electricity sector. So ESCOM has not completed, but made more progress in contribution to the GDP in changing the lives of the poor, of people of South Africa. Going further, the Northern Cape Province has a comprehensive economic plan which involves, among other things, the creation of Namakwa Special Economic Zone in the Bokubai Harbor. The Namakwa Special Economic Zone seek to develop road network that enable the province to access domestic, regional, and international markets, while the cost of moving cargo within the provincial hinterland. These projects will reduce the challenges that Alexco might be facing, and two complementary ways. The Namakwa SEZ will contribute towards the process of attracting mining industry, thereby enabling the joint venture in Alexco to accumulate revenues that contribute to socio-economic empowerment. Chairperson, House Chairperson, our SOE include ones not mentioned here being under pressure. They are trying to overcome operational monetary and years of corruption difficulties. Regardless of that, the ANC-led government is keen on deepening their presence in our economy so that we can fulfill their functions. South Africa's economy has a sophisticated financial sector, which leads to economy, and mining and agricultural sector plays an important role in the economy. The sophistication of the economy in the context of fourth industrial revolution means that all sectors need to contribute to inclusive economic growth, job creation, and development, as alluded to previously by Minister Gordhan. That is the essence of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Infrastructure development in terms of the expansion of generation capacity of electricity, improvement in transport sector, development of harbor, amongst other few projects which are being driven to ensure economic growth is possible. Industrialization.
As you conclude, Honorable Matibe, you are left with 1 minute, 16 seconds. Thank you.
Industrialization, such as motor component and automotive industry, which expand operation in South Africa, is critical to economic growth. And as I conclude, government plays a central role and strategic role in ensuring the ease of doing business and encouraging investment in conjunction with social partners. This is the people-driven process to create a better life for all. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matibe. Honorable Labuskaghni.
Chair, I rise on a point of order. I just want to remind the House that the new rules that were reviewed since 2018 or 16 is not adopted by this council yet. So according to Rule 12, in the absence of all presiding officers, the council may summarily elect one of its members to act as a chairperson of the council for that day only, the question being put by the secretary. Honorable Chair, with all respect, that procedure has not been followed to put you in the chair. So would the Chief Whip or the Secretary please get this house in order? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, who were responding to a revolutionary call of nature, hence our intervention. Honorable Winingwenya, the stage is set for you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Order, honored members. Honorable member, I would like to call Honorable M. Nana, DA. Chocolate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. The theme of this debate is positioning state-owned enterprises as the main catalyst for growth and development in South Africa. I'm afraid this theme is well past its sell-by date. It is stale for a long time. What baffles me, honorable members, is that our state-owned enterprises have long been positioned to be main catalysts for growth and development in our country. And this is even long before the democratic dispensation. So that is out of question. Instead, the correct theme for this debate should in fact be, and I quote, taking stock of the role played by state-owned enterprises as catalysts for growth and development in South Africa. Because the current theme as it stands boxes in and limits members from critically engaging with the state of our SOEs, because there is, quite frankly, not enough of good story to tell. A few months ago, I stood here in this chamber. We were debating the budget vote for the Department of Public Enterprises. Honorable members went to great lengths arguing the divergent opinions on what has become of the department that I have mentioned above. During that debate, I submitted to this House, and I will dare say it again today, that the very ill-considered intentions of establishing the Department of Public Enterprises was to place the state at the center of development. This is a socialist project that has not only failed where it originates from the Union of Socialist Soviet Republic, but it has led to untold hardships in Venezuela. It has perpetuated underdevelopment in Cuba and annihilated economies across the African continent. And of course, honorable members, as usual, arrogance reared its ugly head again. This was brushed aside by the deputy minister, and I was told to stay in the wilderness, much to the amusement of members in the ANC benches. What I found astonishing from those who supported its existence, and by extension the relevance of the SOEs in our current circumstances, was not much facts and scientific research about the success of the philosophy came to the fore, except wishful thinking and clinging to the rhetoric and slogans of isms. Without exception, all our SOEs have been a burden to the fiscus and the taxpayer by asking for one bailout after the other, by asking for one government guarantee after the other. Boards are regularly changed, and so are the CEOs, as and when a new minister comes to office. Honorable members, the policy of chop and change does not work in the world of business. It only creates instability and uncertainty amongst its employees, and most importantly, the people we are doing business with. Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, must be commended for his hardline stance on bailouts to SOEs. And this is shown in the medium-term budget, that there are no plans to pour money we do not have in a dark bottomless pit called SOEs. It is unfortunate, though, that tens of billions were sucked from the national fiscus with no outcomes to show for it. The message is loud and clear: shape out or ship out. The truth is, the policy of placing SOEs at the center of economic growth and job creation has not only spectacularly failed in our country, but instead brought down our economy with them, and they are one of the causes of unemployment. They are an antithesis of what they were intended or established to achieve. For those who read the Bible, in the book of John, chapter 21, verse 6, Jesus caught, thank you very much, my sister, Jesus caught up with fishermen who spent days at sea, yet their fishing nets came empty. So Jesus asked them to throw their nets on the right side of the boat. The Bible says when they did, they were able to haul the net, they were unable to haul the net in because of the large number of fish. Somebody say amen again. The moral of this scripture, honorable members, in the context of our country, it is about time we cast our net on the right side of the boat. As Einstein once said, the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing all over again and over again, and then expecting a different result. The government has tried and failed at great cost to our country's economy. It is time to close shop, let business do what they do best, that is running business, without politicians meddling in the affairs of business. we should strive to create a conducive environment as government with less red tape, and by so doing, we will create an inclusive nation which all of us are striving for. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, allow me and please join me in congratulating the DA and its coalition partners in Beyers-Naudé municipality in the Eastern Cape for having managed to form a government in a council meeting held yesterday in Graafrenet. Congratulate the DA's councillor, Ewald Locke, for being elected as the mayor of Beyers-Naudé municipality. Commends the voters in Kocha municipality for having re-elected the DA led by Executive Mayor Horaisho Hendricks to once again lead that municipality for 5 years and continue to deliver the much needed services to its communities. The Democratic Alliance shall remain humble and serve all voters with humility and respect that they deserve. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, let us continue with our speakers. The next speaker is Honorable T.A. Mukone, Limpopo MEC of Economic Development and Environment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Godan, Honorable Deputy Ministers, House Chairperson, Committees and Oversight, Honorable Special Delegates. It is my singular honor to have been given an opportunity to address the NCOP on the most important topic of positioning state-owned enterprise as the main catalyst for growth and development in South Africa. Chairperson, indeed, SOEs are influential and growing force globally and are likely to remain an important instrument in government toolbox for societal and public value creation. The future of SOEs will need to be much more actively owned and managed if it is to deliver real public value. To achieve this, SOEs should avoid competing unfairly in the market where private and third sector enterprise can deliver more efficiently and effectively the goods and services that citizens need and want. State-owned entities play an important part in the economic development initiative of the province, the country, and in the world. SOEs should furthermore become more focused and generate revenue. The SOEs have a two-pronged approach. That's a developmental approach and that of a revenue generation. The Limpopo provincial government has more than 8 SOEs with independent board members. The SOEs are listed as Schedule 3 and 3Ds as the Public Finance Management Act. The government provides grants for both the capital and operation, but in terms of 3D schedule SOEs, the provincial government has resolved that they should be financially viable by 2024. On a regular basis, the agencies assesses their roadmap towards self-sufficiency. For the purpose of today's session, we will use 3 SOEs to illustrate that SOEs can indeed remain catalysts for growth and development in South Africa. These are the subsidiaries of Limpopo Economic Development Agencies. The first agency under consideration is RESIMA, which fulfills the requirement of the gap market for the lower to middle class that is not catered for by the Department of Human Settlement and other commercial banks. RESIMA is the housing finance agency and will expand its mandate to provide funding to property developers, mainly focusing on women's settlement. It is a financial viability company that has a positive return on investment and is able to fund for its operation in the last 5 years. They use their balance sheet to borrow from the lending institution. Resima has supported on average 3,500 consumers in the last 3 years. Resima modus operandi is through partners. They currently have partnership with the Rural Housing Loan Fund, where they received 50 million in financial year 2021, and they'll be receiving 150 million in the current financial year. Other partnerships are with ABSA, which is 50 million, currently finalizing funding with PIC for 500 million, and Provincial Coxa as a subsidy for the gap market. They have partnership with mining houses to fund the employees with houses and development of land parcel for human settlement. Furthermore, Resima will be collaborating with Musina Mercado SZ for real estate and human settlement. The company has received clean audit in the last 3 years and is a recipient of Govan Begi Award for the best human settlement company in the province. The Great North Transport is a provincial bus company for public transport. On average, it ferries 12 million passengers per year and employs 829 workforce. The company has 206 buses currently. It provides opportunities for SME for procurement of fuel, tires, and batteries. GNT provides skill training for its workforce in partnership with TVETs and CITAS. GNT is currently making 30 million per month as part of its own revenue. The company projects to be profitable from 2024 to 2025. New Era, which is insurance company, does credit, life, and funeral insurance in partnership with other institutions and brokers. They have 30,000 signed members. They have 33 funeral parlors and partners, and 8 independent financial service providers and intermediaries. New Era has been impacted negatively by COVID-19 as a result of the rise in mortality rate. They have not yet profitability and will yield a positive return on this investment in 2023. The Limpopo provincial government initiated a process to reconfigure the Limpopo provincial owned entities with a view to improve efficiency, remove duplication, and put provincial administration on a better path to serve the citizen of the province. This exercise involved the rigorous task of evaluating the provincial legislation pertaining to public entities, as well as review of the mandate, corporate form, business model, and evaluating sustainability of public entities. In the final analysis, we can say without doubt that SOEs will continue to be vital catalysts of economic growth in South Africa. If we were to learn from other countries which are in similar situation previously and have made enormous progress, is that states had to play a significant role in the development trajectory of the country. China, for example, has made it with the implementation of the program. Chairperson, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, who are continuing with our speakers. I'm now calling Honorable M. Mvogo, Eastern Cape, MEC, Finance, Economic Development, and Environment Affairs. Honorable Mvogo. Siakuba. We continue with the next speaker. The honorable speaker, the next speaker is Honorable CFP Smith. Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, honorable members, and fellow South Africans at home. Time has changed, and it is time for this government to reevaluate the purpose, the necessity, as well as the relevance of every single public entity. There needs to be re-evaluation of the different functions and elements within public enterprises. We must remember that at the time of the establishment of such entities, there was a need as well as a vacuum in the market for the state to step in and fill that vacuum. But as time passed, the private sector has not only caught up and built the capacity to be able to fill the space, but also done so competitively. Do you realize that South Africa has the 5th longest rail network in the world? However, this network is totally underutilized and in many areas turned into a white elephant, vulnerable to vandalism and looting, if anything is still left of that, left for that matter. This all while our roads are overloaded by heavy trucks doing what rail should, which damages our road network and leave the state with an unsustainable maintenance cost burden. They say a rail network is like the spine of a country. It keeps it standing straight and tall. Okay, sorry. The IDA government will ensure that we will invest in a sustainable, reliable, and strategic rail and road infrastructure network that can stimulate this economy and kickstart the necessary economic growth that will create jobs for the millions of jobless South Africans sitting at home today. Just imagine this, a rail network linking the town of Mokopane and Mogalakwena with the mines, villages, and the agricultural hubs on the way to Medupi and Lepalale, with the capacity to transport both goods, raw materials, as well as passengers. Link the rural economy directly to the major metropolitan cities, which give entrepreneurs access to bigger markets and people easy access to job opportunities. And along the rail network, at every small station in the villages, there are opportunities for ordinary people to make a living of selling goods and services to passengers. The fact that the ANC champions itself as the defenders of poor South Africans, while it constantly raises the price of petrol and not provide alternative means of travel, is a disgrace. Trains transporting raw material from the mines to the smelters without causing unnecessary congestion on our roads and save us billions on maintenance. This will also save many lives as lost of accidents are caused by trucks that frustrate passenger vehicles on the road and start to take chances just to able to pass. Just go and look at the N11 in Mogalakwena. The DA will also ensure that every community in the country has access to stable, reliable, and cost-effective data and communication networks, as the internet and the metaverse is the future, and everything will need to link up to make artificial intelligence, self-driving vehicles, and robotics a possibility and a reality. We must keep up with the world, or we will be left behind. My question to you today is this ANC government willing and able to take the hard and decisive measures to ensure that the money is correctly redirected towards kickstarting this economy once again? Unfortunately, I doubt it, as the ANC government are stuck in a dark cave of the past, which is smeared with the old and delusional ideas of radical ideologies that have been proven a failure over and over all over the world. You kept on bailing out dead and irrelevant enterprises that add no value at all, but rather hang like a metal ball on a chain at the ankle of this country and its people, dragging us deeper and deeper down towards a dark fiscal sea bottom. The ANC needs to let go of this obsession of Eskom monopoly on energy generation and open up the floodgates for eager and capable independent power producers who will compete based on price and supply the grid with power at lower cost to the consumer. The future is green, and the future is all about sustainable energy security, because the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution will need a lot of energy to sustain itself, which must be secured, stable, and cheap. The DA has the vision to make the future possible. Do you? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Honourable members who are continuing with our speakers, I'll now call Honourable Elsie Bibi Momo. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the chairpersons of the House and also our colleagues. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in this debate, whereby I've got to tell Honorable Smith that what ANC-led government has done in this government. House Chairperson, the government has responded to low economic growth and the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic with the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is a government-driven program with the social partners, namely business and labor. This is an economic plan based on a number of critical components, which is intended to ensure infrastructure development and job creation, resulting in inclusive economic growth. Amongst others, the ERRP gives priority to the modernization of freight and transport industry. The current state of the freight and transport industry does not have structural potentials to be conducive to the ERRP's priorities. Thus, the ANC-led government is taking deliberate actions to fix this industry to realize the ERP's priorities. For instance, Chairperson, PRASA through Metro Rail Services is the central operator for low-income households in South Africa, especially in urban metropolitan areas. Currently, Metro Rail transport an estimated 700,000 commuters a day. The ERRP's priorities to reverse delays in Metro Rail modernization will reposition rail as the backbone of the public transport and to promote an integrated transport network where rail becomes the mode of choice for commuters. Of course, Chairperson, this does not suggest that the ERRP's intention is to enable rail a clear edge over other alternative modes of transport. In terms of control over the freight and transport industry, conversely, the ERP is committed to fast track of the approved integrated public transport networks, where rail will exist alongside other models of transport to
to the previous patterns of the apartheid special planning that continue to make access to public transport a cumbersome task. The case of the Metro Rail is a paradigmatic example of how steadfast the ANC-led government is to the realization of development that is inclusive insofar as creating the conducive environment for the private sector for flourishing is concerned. Moreover, Metro Rail indirectly contributes to economic growth and development because it transports the labor force that is responsible for the production capacities of most industries that contributes the country's gross domestic products. Chairperson, prior to the advent of COVID-19 condition, the ANC-led government again had committed itself to geographic and energy strategic integrated projects. The purpose of the SIPs is to decisively deal with the structural challenges that have been constraining the type of inroads the ANC-led government wishes to make. The current congestive of COVID-19 condition presents an opportunity to fast-tracking geographic and energy CIPs will be accelerated because they are tied up with the ANC government ERRP. Take, for example, Honorable Chairperson, one of the energy SIP is to support the green economy initiatives on a national scale through a diverse range of clean energy options. This strategic goal is currently carried out by the Department of Minerals and Energy Integrated Resource Plan 2019, which focuses on promoting energy access, efficiency, and diversity. Chairperson, it is a well-known fact that ESCOM is unable to meet growing demand requiring the expansion of the electricity generation, transmission, and distribution to create the necessary security of electricity supply. To adapt to the fast changing of electricity environment, ESCOM is procuring renewable energies from independent power producers to fill the energy supply gap and ensure the supply-demand balance in South Africa. In this regard, honorable members, ESCOM is not only fast-tracking energy SIPs, but also accelerating the ERRP's priority to crowd in additional private investment. More exactly, ESCOM is strengthening the ANC-led government's efforts to attract private sector investment in the delivery of SIPs as part of building broad-based public-private partnership. Honorable members, it goes without saying that some opposition parties will argue that this procurement of energy from IPPs is unwarranted because it shows that the ANC-led government responds to many of the concerns expressed by big conglomerates with international links, whereas others will argue that procurement contradicts the strong developmental state the ANC-led government seeks to achieve. Such arguments are always underpinned by the rigid ideologies positions that ignore practical policy and developmental lessons. Chairperson, this tend towards green energy in critical from an environmental point of view, and this generation capacity is required to meet electricity demand in the country, while ESCOM will still carry the base load. Be that as it may, this does not mean that the ANC-led government has legal choice but merely to implement policy packages that are likely to respond to the demands of our people and not a single sector. Honorable members, for various historical reasons, South Africa was built a wide range of organizations that are ingredients of a developmental state. The Department of Trade, Industries and Competition is in a position to play the role of the pilot agency, especially if it can closely coordinate its activities with the presidency. There are also serious financial resources and analytical capacities in the Development Bank of Southern Africa and the Industrial Development Corporation. Aside from all these, SOEs are at the center of the ANC-led government infrastructure building program, as most of the government's mega projects being planned are based on the cooperation between national department and SOEs. Excuse me, Chairperson. The National Treasurer indicates that the rollout of the ANC-led government of 791.2 billion rands infrastructure development over the fiscal years ending in March 2024 will be driven by SOEs, accounting for 37% of the spending. This is no small contribution. Chairperson, as regards the geographic SIPs, the ANC-led government is committed to the acceleration of investments in roads, rail, bulk water, water treatment, and transmission. To be successful, geographic SIPs require competence. And again, the ANC-led government has invested in research and development for successful policy. The Council of the Scientific and Industrial Research, for example, is mandated to foster industrial and scientific development strategies that also the ANC-led government can employ to identify sectors and value chain where South Africa can have the competitive advantage. The strategies developed by the CSIR take into consideration learning from other countries that are developed but crafted to address South Africa's challenge and utilize the advantage of local and regional opportunities. The approach of these strategies takes into account that all experiences happen at a particular time and in a particular space whose conditions cannot be exactly replicated in other contexts. Chairperson, one of the strategies developed by CSIR is improving the supply chain competitiveness of South African small, medium, and micro enterprises in high manufacturing industries such as aerospace, automotive, and defense to step up exports and capture a growing share of global high-value chain manufacturing. Opportunities in the high-value chain manufacturing include mining and construction equipment, rail transport equipment, clothing, textile, leather, and footwear, just to name a few. The realization of this strategy will require Transnet and the South African National Roads Agency, SOC Limited, to be fully on board. The transportation of the general freight will require efficient and reliable transport infrastructure
especially in the main arteries that run between Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban. The ANC-led government is currently working closely with the private sector to invest in Transnet structural change so that the entity can complement the high-value chain manufacturing industry. To be more specific, Baba, there are investment earmarked to expand Transnet rail and ports as well as supplement its locomotives. This will enable Transnet to increase its current weak market share with respect to transporting general freight. Furthermore, Chairperson, it will provide Transnet with sophisticated tools to reduce the turnaround time of general freight of over 10 days in comparison to the 7 days it is ought to be. Most important, Mama, more investments channeled towards Transnet will minimize the skewed port tariffs that are incompetitive for automotive and container trade. Chairperson, Sandal is also maintaining and investing the expansion of roads. I'm telling you, Honorable Smith, Honorable Makause, this is what the ANC-led government does. On the whole, Sandal has been quite successful, as testified to by the recent investment of the 485 million in a special maintenance, don't worry about that, projects of R56 Road, which will take place from Indwe to Elliot and from Elliot to Maclear in 2022. Albeit confined to the Eastern Cape, such as infrastructural projects, together with others that are in the pipeline, testament and ANC-led government commitment to infrastructure development that is in the lifeline of economy. Thank you so much, Mama, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, Mama. The next speaker is Honorable T. Aplain, EFF.
Enkosi kakhulu sihlalo. Sibulise ingakumbi ku Honorable Makause, Chief Whip we-EFF, the incoming government wase South Africa. Simamele umama uyabona ba kusezoba nzima ebantwini abatsha belizwe. State-owned enterprises are an important feature of the political economy of South Africa and important part of our economic landscape. SOEs play a significant role in the economy and are regarded as vehicles of national development strategies. As commercially run companies under government ownership, SOEs are directly and indirectly tasked with undertaking both commercial and non-commercial activities on government's behalf. They have, by design, been established for economic development, where the state assumes a prominent role in the development of infrastructure, which is often seen as instrument to develop infrastructure. SOEs serve the purpose of promoting national economic and strategic interest. They are engines of economic survival. However, in South Africa, under the leadership of the ruling party, State-owned enterprises have experienced a number of challenges which have brought these entities to their knees. South African state-owned enterprises are inefficient, operate at a loss, and fail to provide critical public goods and services due to various mismanagement and corruption. Chairperson, most of the challenges faced are as a result of leadership failures, as almost all of South Africa's key state-owned companies currently exist in a state characterized by growing debts, dysfunctional management, no consequent management, with incorrect classification of procurement as emergencies, failure to address audit findings, and failure to deliver mandate. State-owned enterprises' financial and management crisis has but deepened through the years without a practical and implementable plan to rescue them. We witnessed this with the collapse of South African Airways, and the same is being done to Eskom, Denel, and Transnet. Buyers are lining up to pick South Africa's assets at a fraction of the price as it compared to their developmental mandate. Denel, South Africa's arm manufacturing company, has witnessed a financial loss of 2 billion for the year 2019-2020 financial year, which was also mainly driven by the failure in leadership. South African Airways has fared worse as the company has not submitted any financial statements in the past 4 financial years. Yet, year after year, SAA has been put under business rescue with no indication of when it will ever recover. The South African Broadcasting Corporation is no different, as it has not had a clean audit in years. Yet, year after year, it too is embroiled in never-ending cases of incompetence, maladministration, and corruption, which has resulted in an operating loss of 511 million for the year 2019 and 2020 financial year. Transnet is another of these SOEs which has challenges with procurement and contract management. SOEs also fall short on information disclosure, especially in sectors where corruption practices are more frequently observed, such as natural resources, with many often finding ways to conceal and hide important information, such as the types and amount of state financial assistance, as well as material transactions with the state. What is evident from these examples provided above is that what is lacking is good and effective governance. This points to a problem of political incompetence on the part of the ruling elite, who shows no signs of being concerned about the running of the country and growing its economy. The fixing and rebuilding of state-owned enterprises, Chairperson, is therefore necessary so as to instill confidence and restore trust in these institutions. For SOEs are failing under the ruling party due to catered deployments, which ultimately contributes to their poor financial performance. The EFF has, throughout its 8 years of formation, placed the economic development of South Africa and its entities at the center of all our policies. The EFF has also been clear about its stance on ownership, control, and redistribution of the economy for the benefit of all, and most specifically of the financial sector. It is important that policies designed to improve cooperation, governance, and oversight of SOEs are implemented so as to reduce corruption. However, This means nothing when there is a lack in political will to tackle corruption in SOEs. Without strong political leadership to implement laws and regulations, we run a risk of having tools and measures exist on paper only. What is required is strengthening SOEs' legal and regulatory frameworks and practices so as to prevent corruption, to introduce transparency and accountability at all levels, and put ethics at the center of business decision-making. As stipulated in our manifesto, the EFF seeks to nationalize banks, discontinue private ownership. We seek to create a state-owned bank which shall provide affordable loans to our people. We seek to pass special appropriation bill to write off some debts in state-owned companies to convert the Public Investment Corporation debt into equity. With the development of South Africa's economy guided under the guidance of a capable state, for example, for state-owned enterprises and key sectors of the economy such as land, banks, and mines stand at the center of how the EFF seeks to stimulate the economy and encourage development and growth. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member Siyakuba. Honorable members, I would like to call AD De Bruin, FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we all know, the role of state-owned enterprises is crucial in the delivery of essential services and developing new industries and infrastructure to ensure economic growth and development. However, this is far from the case in South Africa. Instead of having well-managed, efficient and profitable SOEs that deliver on their mandates, we in South Africa, in most cases, have SOEs that has deteriorated into a bottomless pit of financial failure and corruption under the poor governance of the ANC at the cost of South Africans. Dit was egter nie altyd die geval gewees nie. Ondernemings en staatsbesit het in die verlede goed gefunksioneer. En as ons kyk na byvoorbeeld Eskom, was daar in belang van die publiek infrastruktuur uitgebrei en krag was voorsien teen 'n bekostigbare tariewe en aan tot 60% van Afrika, terwyl Eskom steeds winsgewend was en duisende werksgeleenthede geskep het en 'n positiewe bydrae tot die ekonomie gelewer het. En so was dit ook die geval met SAL, Transnet, Denel en vele meer. Unfortunately, state-owned enterprises in South Africa today are nothing more than a financial and fiscal burden and a tool for corrupt politicians and officials to line their pockets without any consequence or being prosecuted, as we have seen time and time again in the past, and that again at the cost of South Africans. State-owned enterprises shouldn't be seen as a part of the public sector, where it serves as a private piggy bank for the corrupt, but should rather be run on a strict business model that is transparent and open for public participation with strict evaluation of staff and performance to ensure the maximum return on capital investments. And Parliament should also play a larger oversight role over SOEs to ensure accountability, and regular lifestyle and ethics audits should be implemented to root out corruption in order to restore state-owned enterprises to their former glory. Turning the ship around for SOEs to play a key role in service delivery and development while still being profitable is not rocket science. It was the case not so long ago. So learn from the past and invest in skills development and training, hire staff on merit and do away with affirmative action and stop looting, corruption and cadre deployment. Only then will there be a realistic chance for SOEs to once again be the catalyst for growth and development. The debate today shouldn't be on positioning state-owned enterprises as the main catalyst for growth and development. It should rather be returning state-owned enterprises as the main catalyst for growth and development to before the ANC destroyed it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, the next speaker is Honorable X Ngwezi. Honorable Ngwezi. Anguyele muva ngiyaqhuba. Akekho. Siyaqhuba. The next speaker is Honorable FV Mlombo. Honorable Mlombo from Pumalanga, Siyakuba. Siyakuba ngempela. We are continuing, honorable members, with our speakers. The next speaker is Honorable D.R. Ryder from DA.
Can we sort out the time, Chair? Okay, you got me. Okay. Thank you, House Chair. As my esteemed colleague, the Honourable Nana, pointed out, if we are only now considering how to position the nearly 700 SOEs in South Africa as catalysts for growth and development, what on earth have we been doing for the past 27 years? Surely the raison d'etre of each of these SOEs must have been growth and development. Otherwise, what's the point? Just look at Armscor and Denel, once the manufacturers of the finest military equipment in the world, now begging for survival because all of their intellectual capital has been stolen and leaked by the personal enrichment of the cadres deployed there. Of the goose that once laid that explosive golden egg, only a bare carcass remains. The allegedly Honourable Mokause, in introducing the topic, diverted entirely from the very topic that she introduced and chose instead to launch an attack, as is the EFF's wont. She chose to break down rather than provide effective inputs on growth and development. She chose to misdirect the facts of what's going on at Eskom. Eskom is indeed intended to be at the heart of driving growth and development through the creation of supply capacity to power industries, commerce, and residential opportunities. It was instead declared as the #1 state capture project by Minister Gordon when he was joining the dots. Now, as Mr. De Ruyter takes on the daunting task of reviving this corpse, he claims that state capture remains alive and well at Eskom. No surprises there for anyone who has been watching Minister Montashe's reluctance to open up private power producers and juxtapose that with his desperation to sign long-term power supply contracts with Karpowership. The Honourable Minister Gordon in his speech spoke extensively about the Bill of Rights. Now let's talk about load reduction from Eskom as implemented by them. It's the turning off of large areas of electrical supply, purportedly in areas of high demand and low payment rates during the hours of peak demand in order to reduce the load on Eskom's overburdened generation capacity. This is a stark admission by Eskom that they are unable to meet demand, that they have not implemented appropriate credit control measures, and that they have not secured their distribution network and do not maintain the scant security measures in place. Now, in terms, Mr. Minister, of the Bill of Rights, paragraph 33 of the Constitution, we have the right to administrative actions that are lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. The blanket actions by Eskom, turning off paying customers altogether with non-paying users, is patently unfair and therefore unconstitutional in that Bill of Rights that you yourself referred to. The inability of Eskom to apply appropriate steps to secure their networks and perform appropriate credit control measures should not result in an unfair blanket cutoff and the withdrawal of services. How is this desperate act driving growth and development? This is a microcosm of the broader state of state-owned enterprises. Poor policy and poor implementation, stealing opportunities for growth and development. As a contrast, the Honourable Smith eloquently stated the missed opportunities in rail and roads, and the opportunities offered by the green energy developments and the data revolution. Opportunities missed again. Those opportunities are there. All we need to do is manage them. Honourable Matiba spoke about a complex relationship between SOEs and growth. It's not that complex. Create the environment by just doing your job, and the market will fill any space where it is welcomed. And Honourable Bibi then spoke about the potential of Metro Rail. Admirable intentions, but as we stand here, the theft of cables and track has crippled the rail network. There is no control. There's no plan. There's no political will. Mama, you told us what an ANC government will do. You didn't say what you've done and why you haven't done any of it yet. In spite of all of these state failures, Mr. Plenary still thinks the state should take more by nationalizing the banks. Come on. In conclusion, House Chair, the ANC has failed to leverage off the wonderful potential that existed in the post-apartheid South Africa and has stripped the carcasses clean through years of mismanagement and theft. Honestly, the only reasonable conclusion to this debate is that it is time for the ANC to step aside and make way for a government that can actually create an environment conducive to growth and development. Deregulate, decentralize, just like we've done in Midvaal, in Cape Town and throughout the Western Cape. Stand aside for a government that gets things done, a government that is led by the Democratic Alliance. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, honorable member. Mama, order. Order, Mama. Order, Mama. Honorable members, Siyakuba. The next speaker is Honorable AJ Nyambi, ANC Baba. Baba.
Honorable House Chairperson, Chief Whip Ntate Mohai, MECs, honorable members, special delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, my daughter sent me a WhatsApp message, thought of the day. I thought it would be relevant to share it with you. Open quote. A seed grows with no sound, but a tree falls with huge noise. Destruction has a noise, but creation is quiet. This is the power of silence. Grow silently. Close quote. As a soccer player, a soccer fanatic, honorable members, let me start by commending Honorable Mokause for bringing a very important debate. This is a very important subject, but advice to honorable members, as a soccer player, we don't play a man, we must play the ball. Leave the man and play the ball, then we'll be fine. The ANC seek to effect, the ANC for all the years seeks to reverse the effects of the historical injustice of apartheid colonial past, which expresses itself in a democratic South Africa as poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Market fundamentalism will not provide economic growth, as our experience has shown. Honorable members, it is a fact that the stubborn triple challenges of inequality, poverty, unemployment have not been receding. The result is that all parties have been sent into frenzy in an effort to find an offer solution. Whereas some of the suggested solutions are knee-jerk, others representing the two polarizing and divisive paradigm are a recipe for disaster. The thinking and the articulation of the party to the right of the pendulum agitates for maintaining the status quo with a tinge of exponential growth. They are suggesting a skin plaster solution where the rich on the one hand and the poor on the other hand will be developed proportionally to their past. Leveling the playing field is the furthest thing from their warped thinking. For them, it is acceptable for a poor man or a woman owning a one-bedroom house to then qualify for an upgrade to a two-room houses. A rich man owning a mansion will then qualify for an upgrade that involves large hectares of land too. This is nothing short of political epilepsy. They are market fundamentalists who pander to the whims of investors, most of whom are big international conglomerates. The riders on the left side of the pendulum are something else. Call them state fundamentalists if you wish. They are comfortable in the idea of imposing the state as the custodian of everything that exists under the African style. No wonder this the debate has been sponsored to advance the narrative that SOEs could be used as a universal remedy against poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Nothing can be further from the truth. SOEs cannot be used as a panacea for the challenges that currently confront our country. Whereas they have a raft of contributions that they could make to the development and stability of the state, not all SOEs are expected to churn out profits. There are those, of course, that need to and can make profits and contribution to the fiscals, but others are just meant to break even in pursuit of developmental goals. Without getting lost in the cacophony of noises coming from the extreme ends of the pendulum, let me suggest a third way, which is reconciliatory and forward-thinking. And this is the way of the ruling party, the African National Congress. Good news, Honorable Mokause, we have won a eThekwini. It is an option which seeks to rescue South Africa from being a winner, takes all jamboree. An option which gives expression to the Freedom Charter, as it seeks to present our country as belonging to everyone who lives in it, black and white. Not just living in it, but in perfect harmony with equal opportunities, as our forebear, the late President Mandela, once said. I am talking here about the ANC's plan for a balanced and inclusive economic growth and development, which places people at the center of development as opposed to state and market fundamentalism, all of which are not sustainable. The year of the tangent is so far as aligning to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Growth, about which the UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon said the following, open quote, "The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a universal, integrated, and transformative plan of action for peace and prosperity for all on a healthy planet," close quote. To further unpack this, let me say that our view is that we need to continue creating space for SOEs to thrive as we deal with attended challenges such as the mandate and capacity of boards, as well as those of the executive authorities responsible for the day-to-day running of state-owned entities. One way of doing so is partnering with the private sector to tap to their rich tapestry of experience and expertise. That is why we are supportive of the drive, for instance, of sourcing equity partner for SAA in order to ensure that the flagship airline continue to stay afloat and is able to provide much needed jobs in the sector. We are the first to admit that the airline has been burning a lot of much needed cash with the multiple bailouts that it got from government. But we disagree with the right-wing sentiments that it needs to be completely sold off or privatized. There's still a very strong case for the national carrier, and the SAA still holds the promise of thriving entity once all the I's get dotted and the T's crossed. We are also alive to the reality of how the SAA and other entities such as ISCOM got to where they are today. We are the first to agree that corruption and state capture have been at the center of the demise of our glorious state-owned entities, but we are not despondent. We are, of course, to revitalizing ISCOM through rationalizing into three components of generation, transmission, and distribution. We are of the view that it is easier to manage smaller components of a whole than to attempt swallowing the entire elephant at a go. Let me hasten to indicate that this does not amount to privatization, and neither does it equate to crowding out competitors into the space. There is room for independent power producers to participate in the energy space, and yet such IPPs cannot be entrusted with supplying more than 30% of the country required energy. ISCOM still need to supply the base load, and this we shall not compromise on. To demonstrate our keenness to promote inclusivity, we have, through the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, increased the threshold which SIG IPPs could produce to 100 megawatts per hour. This is a milestone considering that the sector only started growing to industrial proportion in the past 4 years. We acknowledge that more than any other time in history of our country, we need to develop a capable and ethical state, which is the surefire procedure to economic growth and development. The antithesis is quantum corruption and looting of state assets that we can ill afford. We have analyzed the past and we know exactly what needs to be done. The anticipated report of State Capture Commission can only help to sharpen our approach towards a future that prioritizes consequent management and set out conditions for delivery concomitant to the size of capital injection made to state entities. Honestly, I can make an investment of 100 Rand and be told that I can make a profit because of the size of my investment. I may be oversimplifying the issue, but the bottom line is that investment needs to yield returns, irrespective of the amount invested, Honorable Mokause. It is also important that we escalate the fight against the culture of non-payment for services rendered. We are noting with concern the closing of ports of entry such as Bait Bridge in Limpopo and Lebombo, Mpumalanga, as freight trucks extend pressure on our roads, as correctly articulated by Honorable Mama. We are proponents and drivers of economic recovery and reconstruction plan, and we still await a better alternative from the opposition. This we do in order to stimulate our economy that has stagnated in the foregoing decade. The ANC has a clear holistic view to economic growth, development, and economic recovery. Honorable members, politics is loved by many, but understood by few. The day we learn to understand the difference between politicking and politics, we will fully understand half of the things on our social space. Context is everything, and out of context, it's anything. Honorable Mokause, as I acknowledge you for raising a very important debate, probably it is very important, like when we started to understand.
House Chair. House Chair. I'm rising on a point of order, Chair.
Where are you?
On the virtual platform, Chair. Chair, present.
I can't see you, honorable member.
I'm on a virtual platform, Chair. I'm rising on a point of order. I just wanted to know whether Honorable member there is debating about the Honorable Makause. Thank you, Chair.
That's not a point of order, honorable member. Can you continue, honorable member? House Chair, can you continue?
Honorable members, as I acknowledge the important debate that has been raised, the debate today has been sponsored, Honorable Matebula, by Honorable Makause, and I've commended her for that. And that is why I even gave a bridally an honorable advice that let's play the ball, not a man. And when we started today, I am reminded that those that understand the difference between wisdom and intelligent. An intelligent person will claim to know everything, but the one that has got wisdom will always understand that there will always room to learn every day. But when we started, it was clear under the leadership of the chief whip and how you chaired the session when it nearly degenerated to be something else out of a very important session. Maturity is when you manage to handle those who mishandled you without losing your sense of peace and leadership. And I saw that today. Honorable colleagues, in taking our country forward and every day having such debate that will always assist us, we must not lose sight. That is why every time when you get an opportunity to be at this podium, we'll always remind people that I still have to see the dogs that will be barking at a car that will be at a standstill. It must be in motion to be chased by dogs. It means it's moving. Ukhonkotha ehambayo, emile iyachanyelwa. I thank you.
Thanks very much.
Malibongwe! Injalo.
Order. Siyakuba, honorable members. Now I'm going to call our last speaker, Honorable M.O. Makause, EFF.
Okay. Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the reality is that South Africans are tired of the dreams that have been sold to them. They have demonstrated that on the 1st of March, where the elephant is falling, and on the 1st of November, during local government elections. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about that date where all of us went and voted, and the people of South Africa rejected you. You lost the economic hub, Johannesburg, you lost Ekurhuleni, and you are continuing to lose. Yet you come to this house and become adamant that you do not have gangsters' paradise in the ANC. You don't have corrupt officials running SOEs, running government down. Yet you come here and claim that you are still clean in the African National Congress. You might have won today, but the reality is that you must know that you came through the back door. In closing, Chairperson, it is evident that state-owned enterprises contribute positively to growth in countries with good governance and institutions, while their presence impairs the economy in the environments where the institutional quality is low. Therefore, exist two sides of the debate around how to develop economy. On the one side of the argument lies the belief that privatization of state-controlled assets and market-orientated developmental strategies are the direction which South Africa ought to take in order to ensure job creation, to stabilize state-owned enterprises, and to grow the economy. Today in this council, House Chairperson, We have heard how privatization is justified based on the belief that only private ownership can guarantee high efficiency. However, the truth of the matter is that privatization is a recipe for failure, which the ANC still today do not believe. We have already witnessed this in the process of auctioning of the shares in state-owned enterprises, which has already begun and is already characterized by corruption and overpricing, which means that there has already been a failure to regulate the manipulation of state power in privileged entities in the bidding or auctioning process. South Africa also currently loses billions, Chairperson, of rands through tax evasion, profit shifting, and base erosion by the very private sector some seek to entrust with the economic development of our country. Chair, currently SOEs are falling short in most respects, such as information disclosure, especially in those sectors where corrupt practices are more frequently observed, such as with natural resources. What has been made clear, Chairperson, today is that corruption is detrimental to SOEs itself, to the economy, and to the people dependent on them for basic services. Corruption damages investor confidence, deters foreign investment, and lead to unsustainable debt on plunge in stock market value, negatively impacting growth and increasingly inequality. And today, Chairperson, in this very same council, we have heard several economic arguments promoting state-owned ownership. These companies foster economic growth and serve the economic needs of the majority of our population. State-owned enterprises addresses market failures by providing public goods and funding for key infrastructure projects. They also support vulnerable social groups by providing employment in key industries. Moreover, SOEs enhances the access to public utilities and affordable prices. They also support Chairperson, security by limiting private and foreign ownership in sectors of particular national interest, such as the arms and network industries. Under competent leadership, not under this government that is failing, state-owned enterprises such as Denel, Eskom, SABC, and Transnet could function in an efficient manner with research and innovation of technology as a driving force behind them. SOEs continue to fail because under the leadership of Pravin Gordhan and some ministers in Ramaphosa's government, there exists an agenda to see SOE fail. And with the EFF here in this council, in the National Assembly, in councils, we are not going to allow that, Chairperson of the session. I thank you for the opportunity. We also say thank you to the EFF for enlightening you today as a ruling party as to what needs to happen in South Africa in terms of economic growth. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Whip.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Minister, MECs, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, and all special delegates for availing themselves for the debate. Honorable members, the buses are outside, are leaving at 6:30. Honorable delegate, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned. Thank you.
Alibongwe.
Recording stopped.